All right, Mayor Candell, you are live on YouTube.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I want to call this meeting to order at 5:45 on March 26th on 2021. And I will say right now that all council members are present. And I would like to get a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, great. So have a roll call. Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Hi, Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri.
Aye.
And Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Great, and it's an aye for me, so it is unanimous. So now I want to have public comments on items not, only for the closed session item. So are there any public comments on the closed session item? We'll have another public comment at 7 for items not on the normal agenda.
Okay, we have a couple of hands raised. I'll just remind folks to use *9 or the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. So having said that, Grace Dixon joins us now, and she'll be followed by Lauren Halpich. Okay, Grace, you are on. Go ahead, Grace, you're on.
I'm sorry, I'm now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to be very brief because I know I've spoken about Boswell's before, but once again, I'm voicing my support and the support of many that I represent in the purchasing of the Boswell's property for public space and for a downtown community center down below, city offices on top. It's wedged in between the police station and the library. So many synergies going on. We really need public spaces that are walkable, pedestrian friendly, on the bus routes, near schools, near senior centers, having public spaces on both sides of Moraga Road. So Wilkinson on the downtown core side and Boswell's on the east side of Moraga Road would be ideal walking into this new phase, new general plan, new housing for Lafayette. Thank you so much for considering it, and I really hope it happens.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right, no, thank you. Thank you, Grace.
All righty. Coming up next, we have Lauren Herpich.
Hi, everybody. Sorry.
Hello.
Had an ice cream social before this. Let me take my ice cream parlor off. Hi, everyone. Lauren Herpich, 3382 Moraga Boulevard. I'm also going to keep this brief because we're about to have dinner. I also want to put my support for the city acquiring the Boswell's property. I know Councilmember Burks, you mentioned during the priorities meeting that we want measurable successes. And I think that this is a fantastic measurable success. And it does tie into, I would say, at least 2 of the city's priorities. One, creating a vibrant downtown space. Think about how many amazing multi-uses you can possibly put in this property. And 2, reducing traffic. And creating safer ways to get to school. So, and to and from school. So think about the kids at Lafayette Elementary School and Stanley Middle School. This could be an amazing place for kids, especially the older ages, to go after school and do activities that might not be necessarily appropriate for the library, maybe louder activities like a maker space for older kids that may not be in organized sports. And so it's a place for them to go. And then also for someone like me, who we drive to the community center a lot, it keeps me out of my car, off the street, and then we can just walk to a downtown community center. So my 2 cents, very quick as we go to get dinner. But I just wanted to share my support, because if you don't purchase this property, another developer will, and I'd rather see it go to the city and be used in a very multifunctional and dynamic format. So thank you. Have a great night.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No. All right, thank you, Lauren.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, no more speakers, Mayor Candell.
All right, so we will go to closed session and be back at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jeff Heyman, Communications Analyst for the City of Lafayette. If you've tuned in to watch the Lafayette City Council meeting, you're in the right place. So sit back and wait until the open session begins about 7 o'clock. So we're about a half hour away from the open session, but this is the Lafayette City Council meeting. So we're glad you're with us. Stay tuned. We'll see you in about 30 minutes. Jeff Heyman, Lafayette's communications analyst here. There's about 15 more minutes to go until we start up the open session of the Lafayette City Council meeting. It's going to be a great night, of a great meeting and a great night. We're so glad you guys are all here. So hang in there for another 15 minutes. We'll see you right around 7 o'clock with the open session of the Lafayette City Council. Thanks. Okay, it looks like we're gonna start the meeting shortly, so I'll begin to let council members into the meeting. If you are speaking on a topic later on, if you're presenting, I'll move you in when we come to that topic on the agenda. And if you do want to provide public comment, use the raise your hand function or *9 if you're calling, and do that when we ask for comments.
I do see our first presenter in the audience.
Okay, well, we'll get to them.
Just so you know.
Yep. Yep. In fact, that first presenter's name was changed to reflect their real name.
Great.
Yeah. There's a person with their hand up who is not a council member. If you can put your hand down until there's public comment, that'd be great. Thank you. All right. I don't know what's going on here, but let me try and figure it out. There's Cam. He was popping in and out. There's Mayor Candell. Let's see. Mala is in there. I believe we need Gina. All right, and there she is. All right, it is 7:01, Mayor Candell.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're back from closed session and we gave direction to staff. All right, so we'll move along in our agenda. And right now is public comments for items not on the agenda tonight. So if you have any public comments for items not on the agenda, please raise your hand.
We have a couple of hands raised. First, we have Gabrielle Newman, followed by Ivy Morrison. Mayor Candell, I just want to give you a note there that we're getting a lot of background noise. So,
Okay.
Yeah, just an FYI. All right, Gabrielle Newman is joining the meeting now.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Esteemed members of the City Council, Mayor Candell, thank you for listening to me tonight. I am making a public comment now because I am heartened by the discussion that Dr. Lene McFadder-Harris facilitated at the Equity and Inclusion Task Force meeting on March 23rd of this year. That meeting produced a word cloud from our discussion that emphasized participants' belief in inclusion and a report from our breakout groups that mentioned welcoming everyone to the table. The values of inclusivity and welcome that participants espouse at the Equity and Inclusion Task Force meetings are values that I firmly believe in. It is encouraging to see how many of my neighbors feel the same way. In the spirit of inclusivity and welcome, I want to speak about public comment tonight and commend the city for its outreach, but also encourage growth. The city has done an excellent job of reaching out to homeowners in all neighborhoods of our community and facilitating their public comment. I believe that is a wonderful starting point. I would encourage the city to redouble its efforts to facilitate public comment among other members of our community and take seriously what they have to say. In particular, I would like to stress the importance of facilitating public comment from renters, people who work in Lafayette but do not live here, worshipers in our city, and members of neighboring communities throughout the East Bay. Making a concerted effort to reach out to and listen to these groups will help our community live by its highest ideals of inclusivity and welcome. I strongly believe that Lafayette is at its best when it is not an exclusive place, but when our city opens its doors and its ears to our neighbors and realizes our public policy's impacts, direct and indirect, intentional and unintentional, on the rest of the East Bay. We can become an example to our neighbors of what it means to be an inclusive and welcoming city. I hope that the City Council, the GPAC, staff, and my fellow community members can come together to make that dream a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Gabe.
All right, up next, joining the meeting is Ivy Morrison.
Ivy, you are muted.
There we
Ivy
go.
Morrison, go
Now,
ahead.
now can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Sorry about that. So yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. I also want to commend you on the outreach activities that you've conducted, the extensive outreach that you've done for the housing element. I did want to comment, though, I am a resident of Lafayette, and I did want to comment. My understanding is that written public comments were not accepted after noon today. And I do attend a lot of public meetings where written public comments, oral public comments are received throughout public meetings. And I find that the deadline of noon today is a bit of a barrier to inclusive participation.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have any questions for the speaker? All right, thank you.
All right, Mayor Candell, no more public comment.
All right, great. We'll move on to presentations, and we have a special guest here tonight. So Congressman Mark DeSaulnier, welcome to Lafayette.
Hello.
Hello, welcome, welcome.
Thank you. The miracles of technology.
Absolutely.
I won't take a lot of your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for inviting me and picking up on our request. I used to do this when I was in the legislature. I'd drop in and answer any questions and get input. It's been very hard, obviously, logistically, to do this as a member of Congress, but we thought we'd give it a try with technology. So even though I'm technologically impaired, reflecting my mature point in life. But just briefly, we've done this now 4 or 5 cities, and seems to have gone well. In the rescue plan, we worked very hard to get funding for state and local government, big chunk for California, obviously. And the estimate for Lafayette is a little over $5 million in my briefing. So that is good news. There's also funding for school districts, and we're working with them. So if there's additional funding, and we sent a letter in appropriations, what was once called earmarks, we're going to try again. Community projects under appropriately very, very tight constraints. So none of us will do anything that reflects poorly on the process. I actually think it could be a very good process. I remember when Congress did this, and actually the state legislature used to do it prior to my service there. And when they were done right through government agencies with the proper oversight, they were good because the individual member had a perspective that people in Sacramento and Washington might not have. So this year was fairly rushed and also constrained, but we'll continue to work with you in coming years and with other cities. We do have a couple of requests that I think will be helpful for you if they get approved by the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, of which I am a member. And one in particular, actually 2 that I'm excited about, are street modernization and coordination in a systems management process, which I've been a big advocate for years, and in busy corridors. And in your corridor, it'd be the 24, with all your streets in La Marinda, getting the infrastructure and the software to coordinate with particularly peak trips on the 24 corridor, which would help arterial management as well. And that's through the Transportation Authority. We have a similar request for the 680 corridor from Martinez down to the Alameda line that we're partnering with with Alameda and Congressman Swalwell on. So those are exciting. And as that proceeds, I'd love to work with you and the transportation folks to see how it works. I think it can be really helpful. And in that regard, also, we're spending a lot of time looking at the future of telecommuting, because we're getting a lot of input across the country that in urban areas like ours that before COVID had challenges, shall we say, and we're starting to see those challenges come back. So if we can get 5% of the peak trips off of the freeways and off of transit, we know that makes a huge difference to congestion, an exponential benefit. So after years of being in a local and state government trying to encourage employers to do it, it looks like one of the benefits of COVID is that I think we can change that, and people who want to commute from home or work from home, it's a benefit for everybody under the right circumstances. So that's exciting. One other project that's will affect the school districts that we're working on is a transition in communities like ours out of fossil fuel, which is a heavy footprint in Contra Costa. Because of the property tax, it's particularly impactful for municipal government, mostly the county, because 3 of the 4 refineries are in unincorporated area, but it's still impactful to everybody. Each one of those jobs has a multiplier of 14. They're good paying jobs. We're really proud of the work they do. In California, we've got a world-class safety record, and I'll take some credit for that with the industrial safety ordinance that we did some time ago that's now statewide, and the state of New Jersey is about to adopt the same model from Contra Costa. So, but that, because of Prop 99 has a potential, if those facilities are reassessed and as we change over to renewables and alternative fuels, and the Biden administration is really pushing hard on this, and we're very supportive of that. But we want to make sure that communities like ours in Contra Costa that has a big fossil fuel footprint is that we transition in a way that doesn't leave anybody behind, the employees, the businesses that are impacted, and local government. And because of Prop 99, it has a potential to have a negative impact on local school districts. So I'll stop there. Glad to be your representative. I'm glad to be alive, and I hope to do it for a little while, and would love to have this kind of communication where we just have a honest, functioning discussion. I don't always get that in the current environment in Washington, so nice to come home. And I'll stop there and answer questions, or try to.
Oh, thank you so very much. I welcome you. I enjoyed your talk last week about HR 1, the Voting Rights Act as well, and very much appreciate all the work you're putting into that. It is just critical, for our democracy, everything that you're doing with that. I thank you so much. And once again, thank you for helping get cities and counties the stimulus package. We will put that to good use in our city to help out in whatever way possible to help us recover from this, shelter in place that has been so impactful to everybody. And thank you. The remote work, broadband for all. You do that, it can help close the digital divide, not only reduce traffic, but reduce greenhouse gases. It's the trifecta.
Yeah.
And absolutely anything that we can do in that direction is a win in my book. Even municipal control and municipal broadband is interesting, at least to me. Anyway, so does anybody else have any questions? Hi, Vice Mayor Geringer.
So good evening, Congressman. And I am very happy that you're our representative and that, as you said, you are healthy and back fighting for us. I had as my very first thing when I saw that you were coming was to thank you for, and you mentioned it, and it is exciting, the smart signal technology in La Miranda and also along the 680 corridor. And thank you very much for pushing forward on that. I did hear that it is one of the things that is still being considered. So let us know if there's something else that we need to do. I know that the mayor submitted a letter of support for CCTA's request. And if you need anything else from us, that could be a game changer, particularly with wildfire and, traffic congestion and all of our priorities that we have here. So I just want to thank you for that. And just let us know what else you need from us to help you do your job.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Dawson.
Hello, Congressman DeSaunier. It's
Hey.
lovely to have you here. I just had a question.
We can't hear you very well, Gina.
Oh,
Speak up a little bit more.
sure. I had a question about the future of telecommuting, and really this might be a little off, but what are your insights into really just our Zoom meetings or teleconferencing now for these public meetings? What might be happening going forward?
It's been really interesting, as you can imagine, continuing to maintain the Congress with 535 members, 435 in the House, to have committee hearings with people from all over the country. So it's been a challenge, but I think it's also been a real opportunity, I think. And I can tell just for myself, my poor staff, depending on whether you're Zoom, WebEx, Skype, just adjusting to it. And I think we've come a long way, and I think we'll come out of it. I think for civic engagement, I'm old fashioned. I like being physically at a meeting, but I think this is going to facilitate more people being engaged, and I'm sure you're experiencing that. And I'm hoping in a more efficient, I'm choosing my words, and thoughtful way, so that we can all, respect one another, and when we disagree, have a respectful conversation and learn from one another. So actually very, very optimistic. For all the sadness that this pandemic has brought, the loss of life and the suffering and the threat to the economy, now that we're where we are right now, I'm really quite hopeful for California, but for the whole country. And I should add one last thing that came up today was the census numbers came up. I was very involved with this as a member of the Oversight Committee in the previous administration, where we had the Secretary of Commerce in multiple times, and California is going to lose one House seat based on those preliminary numbers. We'll start seeing maps for both state legislative seats and congressional seats as soon as later this week or next week from the Redistricting Commission here in California. So I think technology, I think it got a big boost from this, in spite of it. I think it'll be one of the silver linings as we look back on this in a couple of years. Good question, though.
Thank you.
I do have to add, I miss the days where I had to count to 3 as opposed to 208 to get anything done. Little did I know how wonderful those days were.
Fair. Oh, fair. Any other questions? Do we take public comment on this? Yes, we should. Okay, so are we ready for public comment? It sounds like yes. All right, okay.
All right, well, if there's anyone that would like to provide public comment, use the raise hand function or *9. We'll give folks a second to go ahead and do that. Thanks for joining us, Congressman DeSaunier. We really appreciate it. No hands are raised at this time, Mayor Kandel.
Great. You did your job well then, Mark.
I bored them all.
Nope,
today.
nope. You just gave them all the right answers. Thank you so much. And please come back anytime and let us know what we can do to help you.
Okay,
Always.
well, let's just continue the communication. Thanks for letting me be on. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Thanks. Take care. All right, we'll move on to our next item, 7B, the Park Theater Trust update.
All right, give me a sec. I'll move everybody in. And let me see. Yeah, okay, very good.
Can you see me?
Not yet, Tracy.
Not yet.
And Jeff, to confirm, I'll be able to share some slides in a minute, right?
Okay, Park Theater Trust, you're on.
I am. Okay. I can't see me, but it's a good thing I can see John because he has my slides. So good evening, Mayor Candell, Vice Mayor Geringer, and council members and Dury, Burks, and Dawson. And thank you very much for this opportunity to update you on the Park Theater Trust. Did anyone watch the Oscars last night? How appropriate that we would be here tonight talking about our little local cinema, especially after two members of our own community received such exceptional accolades as a nomination for Best Animated Short, which went to Pixar lead story artist and 2011 Akalani's grad, Madeline Sharafian, and then the Oscar for Best Animated Film, which went to filmmaker Pete Docter. How cool it would be if we could showcase those two films at Pete and Madeline's hometown movie theater, and also invite these terrific artists to speak about their craft. How inspiring for all of us. It's been almost 2 years since we last presented to council. At that time, if you recall, we were still PTAC, the all-volunteer community task force created by the city to explore opportunities for Lafayette's iconic Park Theater property. We came before you after months of research and community input and received your unanimous support for our proposed direction to create a nonprofit that would own and care for this architectural gem so loved by our community, and bring in a for-profit operator who would offer movies, yes, but also a robust calendar of engaging non-film events and activities designed to appeal to everyone in our wonderfully diverse, multi-generational community. Thanks to early critical financial support from the Lafayette Community Foundation, support that they continue to offer us through their very impactful Excellence Grants program, we were able to file for and ultimately receive our 501c3 nonprofit status in early 2020. We've been working hard on the rest of the mission ever since. In your packet, you would have received a PowerPoint synopsis of what all that work has entailed, as well as a snapshot of current activities. As you will have likely noticed, there's a lot of detail to setting up a nonprofit like ours. Oops, can't say it. But if I may direct your attention away from the PowerPoint at this time, what we really want to do tonight is to announce some exciting news.
Tracy, I'm sorry to interrupt here. It's Jeff. We're not seeing the PowerPoint.
It was in the council's packet that Tracy Robinson sent out.
Oh, I was under the impression that John was going to be sharing his screen.
I will be in just a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
But if I might, okay, so away from the Park Theater Trust is now in contract to purchase the property with an anticipated close of escrow August 31st, 2021, and a targeted reopening date of late 2022, the year of the park's 81st birthday. We're currently in our due diligence phase, and we are launching effective immediately our fundraising to finalize the acquisition and begin the rehab of the building. We are also in the process of evaluating several promising operator candidates. An interesting side note, one of the inspections we'll be conducting soon is a full survey of the iconic neon marquee. What we've already learned is that the glass of the Park Theater neon sign is actually very special and rare, a type of glass called novial gold. Apparently, this type of tubing is particularly beautiful at night, and vintage novial gold glass tubing is highly valued by neon artists and preservationists. Who knew? But that's what we had. With our news tonight, we're also very excited to share renderings of what the newly renovated Park Theater would look like. John, if you would please put up the first slide. Oh, can't hear you.
Yep, little technical issue.
There we go.
I see it. Thank you.
Okay, this will be a multi-purpose venue for everyone, young and old, with 2 intimate theaters with flexible seating, a concession area and a commercial kitchen to serve patrons of the theaters, a mezzanine community space, a rooftop terrace, and the opportunity to create an inviting green space along Lafayette Creek, tied to Park Trail and Recs and the Creeks Committee's desire for a creekside walkway downtown. And then John, yeah, thank you. These 4 plans offer more detail of each of the levels. Please remember, they're just renderings and not final drawings, but they do demonstrate the potential of what the reborn Park Theater might look like. Every community needs a shining light. And the Park Theater is a beloved symbol of our community for 3 simple reasons. It gives all of Lafayette citizens a sense of place. It adds texture to our visual landscape. And most importantly, it binds us closely through fond memories of a shared history. With the generous $2 million donation pledged by Miramar Capital, we are 2/3 of the way towards acquisition. The sooner we raise the rest, the sooner we can close, which brings us that much closer to reopening. And the beauty of our for-profit operator model is that after reopening, additional fundraising will be very minimal and only for that which will be needed to maintain our nonprofit status. We want to thank Council for creating the Park Theater Task Force to begin with. It was your foresight in 2018 that led our community to the opportunity we now all have before us. And we wanted you to be the first to know that we are in contract. We've been so grateful to you and to city staff for your ongoing support and encouragement. We appreciate very much the role and the patience the Chamber of Commerce has played, and we all know they'll continue to play, especially since we are now members, in answering our seemingly unending stream of questions. TPTT remains an all-volunteer effort. We've greatly benefited to date from generous pro bono support from local businesses like Minuteman Press, Clay Fry, and Compass Marketing, important counsel from Bowles and Verna LLP, Stanley E. Smith Insurance and Mechanics Bank, and significant contributions from former board members David Clark, Tim Hennessy, and James Wood Marshall. The trust has also been the recipient of several generous private donations. We look forward to continuing our outreach to the community and to sharing our plans, especially with our soon-to-be neighbors in the downtown historic district. And we ask you, and as this is a public meeting, we ask the entire Lafayette community to please continue to support us in our mission to bring the Park Theater back to life for all of us. Please visit our website with the address you see here, www.parktheatertrust.org, for more information how everyone can help, and together, let's light up Lafayette. I, for one, can't wait to be able to say again to my husband, hey, honey, let's go see what's playing at the park. Thanks again, and my fellow board members and I welcome any questions you might have for us.
Oh, terrific presentation. Oh my gosh, I am so grateful to all of you who've been working so hard. Oh my gosh, not everything is awful right now. This happened. So yes, fantastic work for everybody. Does anybody have any questions? All right, no question. Oh, Vice Mayor Geringer.
No questions, just I don't know if I can match your enthusiasm, but definitely following up on just the thank you to the committee. Just such a great team, so much enthusiasm, so much experience at making these kinds of projects happen. And so just very excited when Tracy made that announcement. I got goosebumps again, and just cannot thank you enough for all the work that you're doing. And I know we still have a lot of work to do, and looking forward to being, as Tracy said, being at the Park Theater in December of next year.
Fantastic. All right, Councilmember Anduri.
I just want to say thank you to Tracy and the entire team, the board of directors, the past members, staff members, everyone who's helped, because this is something that 20 years ago, I would not have imagined. I hoped for it, but I would not have imagined it. So congratulations and thank you.
Well, thank you all. I wish you could see my smiling face, because it's been a real, it's a joy. It's a joy to work with this board. It's a joy to work on behalf of this community. And it was just exciting for all of us to be able to bring this news to you tonight. So thank you.
Yes, so thank you. We do public comment, right? So yes, I'm going to open it up to public comment unless you have any other questions. All right,
All
so open
right,
up
well,
to
if there's
public
anyone that
comment.
would like to provide public comment, go ahead and use the raise hand function or *9 on your phone. All right, we have one hand up. We'll give folks a second. And the first speaker right now is Ann Groden.
You are muted.
There we go. There, can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I just want to be very quick, but I just want to, this news has just been fabulous. And this committee has worked so hard to get this far. And I want to thank all the council members and mayor and vice mayor and our city staff for all the leadership that you have shown to make this come this far and this reality. As we know, these kinds of projects take a long time. The library project took 10 years. So this project is just speeding along. It's wonderful. So I just want to encourage everyone to just keep the faith, and it's just, it's going to happen. We really know it is now. We've got these wonderful donations that have come in, and more soon. So thank you so much. And I'll let others speak.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Ann.
All right, Mayor Kandel, no more hands are raised.
Wonderful. So yeah, Tracy and John, thank you guys so much for coming on and giving us this tremendous present. It's just a gift to our city, what you guys are doing. And we appreciate you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yes. All right, we will now move on to the next agenda item, Lieutenant Ben Aldred and the annual police department report.
All right, Chief Aldred is joining the meeting now.
Good evening. I will go through this quickly, and my goal is to allow for questions from the council and others instead of me talking too much tonight. So I'm going to jump into the presentation. All right, Jeff, is it up?
It sure is, and you're looking good.
All right. Well, first off, you'll notice this was last year's photo for the annual report because due to COVID, I could not get the entire team together at one time due to safety precautions, so forgive me on that. All of you have received a copy of my annual report, and it is now posted online at the city's website. There's a message from me to talk about a lot of our challenges and things that occurred in 2020. I'm not going to read through that message tonight, and I think we all know those challenges, and I've talked about some of those in prior presentations. But it is 2021 now, and I am very excited about the direction your police department is at right now and where we're going, and especially the team that we have assembled right now. I expect 2021 to be a great year at the Lafayette Police Department. There is one update I want to give regarding some of the presentations I gave last year. There was questions asked about data being collected at the Lafayette Police Department in regards to contacts your police department makes, age, race, ethnicity, or racial description of the subject and the results of the stop and things of that nature. RIPA, which is the Racial and Identity Act from 2015, or AB 953, I talked about this last year, did apply to the Sheriff's Office for 2021. And at the beginning of this year, the Sheriff's Office began collecting that data. So our first RIPA report for the Sheriff's Office, which includes Lafayette PD, will be available in early 2022. So for those that have been wondering about that, that data collection is ongoing as we speak. I will jump right into statistical data here. So this is our FBI UCR data, or Uniform Crime Reporting data. And the next slide will describe what that FBI UCR data really means on the next page. But these are the various categories that we report out to the FBI yearly. You have homicide, rape, robbery, Assault, this includes both misdemeanor and felony assault. Burglary, again, both misdemeanor and felony. Larceny is all types of theft except for vehicle theft. 10851 is the vehicle code section for vehicle theft, and then arson. And then the following slide here will further explain what UCR data is. But bottom line is our total number of 292 is lower than several previous years. And we'll pull out some specific crime stats in the following slides. But for those that are watching, a uniform crime reporting program is administered by the U.S. Department of Justice through the FBI and collects statistics on the number of known offenses to law enforcement. I just described the 8 sections. The big thing is the use of the UCR allows anyone to compare crime rates between various cities. And below is the URL if you wanted to compare Lafayette to other Contra Costa or other cities throughout the country. Just real quick here, this is a 10-year comparison going back to 2011. So if you go along the numbers at the bottom, 292 is one of our lowest numbers except for 2018. And again, I'll pull out some individual statistics or data that we always like to talk about at our meetings here. Just real quick, total calls for service, as expected, were down due to COVID, and our total calls for service were 14,000, just a little over 14,000. We're going to talk about persons crimes first. This is crimes against persons, and these are always the highest priority as they typically have the biggest impact on our victims. Correction on that 2019, that should have been 2020, I apologize. We had 1 assault with a deadly weapon. We had 11 robberies. We had 1 rape. We had 1 call of felony domestic violence, and we had 3 assaults on police officers. And in all of 2022, we had no reported child sexual assaults. Jeff, are these slides still coming up well?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Property crimes. Again, for us, we've always looked at our residential burgs. And in 2018, we had gotten down to 8 total for the year. In 2019, it jumped up a little bit. And in 2020, it was back down to 9. I would like to take all the credit, but I would suspect that a lot of people working from home had to play a part in that. So nonetheless, we are happy about that number. Again, this is a very impactful crime. Someone violates the sanctity of your home, comes in and takes some of your personal belongings where you and your family stay. It's of the property crimes, I think it's one of the most impactful ones. Of the 9, we did successfully close 4 of those, which means we have caught the suspect and have filed charges with the district attorney's office, and we'll continue to work on the additional 5. I won't go through these too much, but in our auto burglaries, you can see that they're down. Grand theft from a vehicle, which is any theft where the vehicle, you didn't have to break into it, i.e. it was unlocked. Again, it was lower. And then petty theft from vehicle, again, the stolen amount was below $950. In property crimes, commercial burglary, we did have a slight uptick. And then in our felony vandalism, again, a little bit down, in misdemeanor vandalism, just a tad bit up. In traffic collisions, the following slide will be a 5-year comparison. But this data just breaks down per month what was a property traffic collision report only, one that was a fatality, one that was an injury, and one that was a hit and run. And unfortunately, in July of 2020, we did have 1 fatality. For 2016 to 2020, here's our statistical comparisons. Again, in most categories, our numbers were much lower for 2020. And again, I think a lot has to do with less travel across our city and across our state. The code enforcement unit is operated out of the police department, and we had 305 total calls for service. That's only down about 40 calls for service compared to 2019. These are some of the top 6 calls for service. And then just a reminder, in 2019, the City Council did pass Ordinance 675 restricting the sale of flavored tobacco within the city, and the code enforcement unit continues to enforce that, do inspections, and require that retail establishments renew annually with the police department and the code enforcement unit. I have the pleasure of overseeing 2 commissions. at Lafayette PD. One is the Crime Prevention Commission. A lot of challenges with COVID. We had to cancel our 2 citizens academies, but we're already looking forward to bringing those back in 2021 as soon as we can safely do that. Just a reminder to everybody, this commission does meet monthly, and these are publicly noticed meetings, and just another opportunity for members of the public to engage with both this commission and myself and give ideas and ask questions. This is a picture of Canine Rocco, which was purchased at the end of 2019 through funds that were donated from the community to the Lafayette Police Foundation. Rocco and his handler, Officer White, have been very proactive working our streets in Lafayette, keeping people safe. Due to COVID, their 2-month IED explosives and firearms school was delayed, but we're looking forward to them attending that school in 2021. On the Emergency Preparedness Commission, I've already presented out on several of these topics to the commission, or excuse me, the City Council, so I'm not going to go in too much in depth. And I know either in May or early June, we're planning on having a presentation for our community and to the City Council from your fire department, CERT, and the police department, talking about emergency preparedness and how those different entities work together and who handles what. But just real quick, your commission, Emergency Preparedness Commission, continues to review and revise our emergency operations plan. In 2022, we did have 2 public safety power shutoffs. And for those, we were able to deploy our generators to several key intersections and run power. That was a program that we rolled out earlier in the year. We're happy with that. The community warning system is doing really well. As you know, we had a huge jump in 2019. And we were at such a high number. We didn't see the same growth in 2022, but we are now up to over 8,500 registrations of the community warning system, which equates to approximately 8,500 households out of the little over 10,000 households in this community. So we are doing really well there. The Alert Wildfire Camera Program, again, I won't go into too much detail, but if someone's listening in and would like to learn about this, you can go to alertwildfire.org. You can select the area that includes Contra Costa County, and all of the wildfire cameras that were installed in Contra Costa County were done so by the Lafayette Police Department, and specifically Police Services Assistant John Cornell. And these are wildfire cameras that both police and fire dispatchers and the county OES team can view and utilize during high fire danger and fire season. We have installed a little over 30 cameras in Contra Costa County to date. Some are not viewable on the public website on alertwildfire.org because some are on private property. Homeowners agreed to let us put those on their property. And so those cameras can only be viewed by police and fire, but we have several on the top of Mount Diablo and other peaks in and around La Miranda that if you'd like to take a look at. Zone Haven, it's a program that Moraga Miranda Fire has been working on and Lafayette is included in. It's basically to take our current evacuation zones and make them much more efficient and give law enforcement and the public more tools as we continue to reevaluate our evacuation zones. And of course, we launched AM 1670 due to Jeff Heyman and John Cornell's assistance, so that we are now live on the air with our own emergency radio station. I think I'll wrap it up there and then turn over to you, Council, for any questions.
Great. Can we take the presentation down? Oh, thank you. Oh, Ben, thank you so very much. Again, a stellar report from our police chief. I can't thank you enough for everything you do for all of us. Especially during COVID. I think that was kind of a scary time for people. And you guys really did a great job during the shelter in place. Thank you very much. So yeah, questions. Yeah, Councilmember Burks.
If I might just make a quick statement, because I'm going to have to, with the mayor's permission, I'm going to have to jump off for about 45 minutes to take care of a business matter. But I just wanted to tell the chief and his entire department how proud I am of you all. You know, I say it a lot, but I really do mean it. You're the best in the business. We are the community that we are because of you. Public safety, you know, you probably watched our debate on goals for the year, and public safety, I think, was a part of each one of them. And I just can't tell you how much we appreciate, the community appreciates what your officers and your staff, what they do every day. And, you know, a lot of people don't see it, but, you know, there is crime in Lafayette, and our officers go out and risk their lives every day to make sure that, that we're safe, our kids are safe, our schools are safe, and our businesses are safe. And I just can't thank you enough. So Ben, great presentation. Please pass my regards to everybody in the department, and thanks again.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Geringer.
So echoing all the thanks and all of those things, I do have a question about the report, and hopefully it's fair, but in 2020, there was a slight uptick in commercial break-ins, and we've been hearing about a number of commercial break-ins in the La Miranda area. And so I just would love your sense of, is this uptick real? Is it, because 2020 was definitely, or over the last couple of years, there seemed to be a little bit more of an uptick, and just would love your thoughts on that.
As far as versus 2021, I know a lot of questions came out in 2020. Was any of this due to protests or demonstrations and some of the other things you saw in the Bay Area? Our best indications based on what did or did not occur here in Lafayette, that our commercial burglaries weren't as a result of some of the protests or demonstrations you saw throughout the Bay Area. So just on that note, we have no data that would support that some of that was a trickle over. One of the challenges I found with commercial burgs, and you'll see this in my upcoming report to the Public Safety Subcommittee, sometimes you can have one suspect come in a night or two and commit multiple before we catch them. We had that earlier this year, who this one individual, along with his temporary girlfriend, committed probably about 8 to 10 over a 2-night period. We did catch that person, and charges have been filed, and they are also being charged with crimes in Walnut Creek and Orinda. So I don't see any alarming trend here beyond the fact that every time we have one, it's very impactful for the business owner and impact just in our downtown area to have the thought that your favorite restaurant's being broken into in the middle of the night. Our situational awareness camera program is still alive and well in the downtown corridor. And some of the crimes that we have solved have been a combination of the situational awareness cameras and the business owners having cameras in and around the area. So having that partnership has been and is still very effective. At this time, I don't have any immediate concerns beyond the fact I don't want to have any in our town, but no other trend to report on tonight.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dawson.
Hi, thank you very much, Chief Aldrich, for all the information, everything you and your team does for our community. I just wanted to have a question about the traffic reporting. It seems for the past 5 years, we've had a pretty average number across the board of hit and runs. And then our fatality record for the past 5 years is also, it's quite sad and tragic. And I know, well, I would like to ask, how much are you working with our TransCirc group to find out, like, if there are, basically reporting into them where these things are happening, and if there's any way we can do some engineering or at least look at trying to prevent this? Or
Yeah, so the typical partnership I've had is via our city traffic engineer. I'm always happy to partner with the TransCirc Commission if invited and we have a specific item to speak on. As far as a month-to-month process, that has been a partnership with both our traffic unit and the city traffic engineer. And it goes sort of back to the 3 E's, right? You have enforcement, education, and engineering. And so, when we have accidents that we can report out that we think there is an engineering issue, a safety issue, whether it's line of sight, roadway design, et cetera, we do have that method for us to communicate that to our city traffic engineer, who is that liaison with the TransCirc Commission and who historically tracks sort of that overall data trends and looks for opportunities for improvement in any area, whether it be speed, signage, line of sight, etc.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. So I do have so there was a grant that was recently received, right? Can you tell us about what's happening with that?
There's lots of topics I'd love to talk about more. I was trying to keep it to 20, but thank you for reminding me. I am not going to come up with the exact phrase in my head. Basically, Cal OES, your state of California Office of Emergency Services, both in 2019 and 2020 offered an opportunity for grants. Essentially, it's for power resiliency during a PS event or a public safety power shutoff. I did submit a request in 2019. We didn't get it, but for 2020 we did. And we received a check from the state of California for just shy of $250,000. Specifically, items listed in that is to improve the resiliency and operational ability of our Public Works Center through solar panels and a generator backup there. I'll hand it to Public Works. When things are going crazy in town, they are my extra set of hands. So thanks to Mike Moran and his team, and we want to make sure their facility was operational during an emergency. The other thing we're really happy about is in partnership with Superintendent Nickerson and Whitmore. With their support, I put in for additional radios, and best way to describe it is they're a half version of your police radio, and they operate on the eBrick system. The eBrick system is the radio entity that manages all public safety radio towers within Alameda and Contra Costa County. Excuse me. And in early 2020, Lafayette PD was able to establish our own Lafayette EOC eBricks channel. And so these radios that will be going to each school site and to each department head at the city are basically supported by eBricks, which is the same police radio that I am using. It just will have a few different channels and they won't have all the other channels. The goal with that was one, for this schools to be able to do basically a talk around or do a situational awareness with their sites. So for example, Superintendent Whitmore will be able to reach out to each one of his elementary and say, hey, you guys doing okay? Do you need anything? Same with our department heads and our city manager. When we tried to set up the evacuation center in 2019 during the fire, I could hardly get a hold of Narup due to cellular. And so the idea is all of our city employees are disaster workers. So we need to be able to communicate with your police department and communicate with each other. The other component is I and the PD can monitor that channel and or have a sheriff's office dispatcher be a dispatch on that channel. So there's lots of opportunities. All of these tower sites are supported through backup generators and a variety of redundancy. And so if these towers go down, we're all in trouble. So we were able to basically get our schools, our department heads from the city on that radio system to improve our communications during a disaster. And also the proposal included putting radios on our school buses for our school bus drivers to be able to communicate with us. Currently, the company has interoperability just to talk to their drivers, but we didn't have hardwired radios in there to be able to communicate with them. So that was another component of this grant. So very excited about that. And I expect very good things as we move forward in 2021 with emergency preparedness. Just keep moving forward.
Yeah, that is such exciting news. And to even put it on the buses, oh, that's just what a relief to a lot of parents, I'm sure. Thank you for doing that. Also, thank you so much for announcing a big public forum coming up, hopefully in May. Police, fire, getting people onto Firewise. Every report that I've been seeing this year is that we're in for an epic fire season again. The dryness levels and the snowpack and moisture levels, everything is looking really, really bad. And so launching this and getting it off the ground and getting as much of our city hardened as fast as we can is going to be really critical. So thank you. I'm very much looking forward to that public forum. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. And Chief Burchard from Confire is very excited to participate. It'll probably either be him or Deputy Chief McAllister, but when we mentioned the idea of having this, they were very enthusiastic. So we'll be working on dates with the city manager and communications with you all. So,
and there are some Firewise communities popping up in Lafayette They are
So-
finally launching, which is terrific.
I've been in contact with Chief Burchard. One of the challenges they had in just enforcement as a whole within their realm of fire safety and code enforcement. I'll let him talk to it in May, but they have hired several additional staff members. I forget the title for those folks, but they're the folks that come out and do the inspections on property, say, hey, you got to get in compliance. So between bolstering that and making Lafayette the first community that they basically launched this in, we're sort of getting that first reward of that. We're very excited about it.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, so we'll go to public comment.
All right, Mayor Candell, we'll give folks a chance to raise their hand. So if you do have public comment on this item, please use the raise hand function or *9. We've got one hand raised. It's Gene F. who's joining the meeting now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Chief, I really just want to say thank you so much for everything and you and the department do for our community. I cannot tell you how appreciative I am, how appreciative my family has been. I was fortunate to attend the Citizens Academy with your predecessor, and I really learned a lot. And one thing is just how important the police department is. And, if we're going to fund anything, I'm all for funding you guys. So thank you so much. I know it's been a tough year, and just know you'll always have so much support out in the community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jean. Any questions for the speaker? All right, no. Thank you, Jean.
Okay, next speaker is Robert L. Mayor Candell, I think we're picking up your typing there, just so you know.
I know, sorry. My keyboard is broken. I have an external keyboard today.
Okay. Clickety clack.
I'm sorry.
Hello, Chief, and thank you, Council, for the meeting so far. I had a quick question. The impact of COVID on the prisons nearby. I heard something about people being released from prison to try and prevent the spread of COVID within the prisons, and I was wondering if you knew anything about that and could comment on the impact of that in terms of the crime. I had 2 small incidents in my house this year in an open garage, but it's the first time in 32 years, so it's definitely an uptick for us.
Thank you. Any comments or Chief Ben, you can if you feel like answering.
If you'd like me to comment, I'd be happy to, Mayor.
Sure. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So as far as at the state level within the state prisons, I don't have a whole lot to be able to say I'm the expert on that. I know within the county level, we did try to take the opportunity to cite and release lower offenses that may have sat in jail for a day or two before they got released prior to the court date. So instead of having them sit in jail for a day or two before the court date, we may have chose the option of cite and release on certain violations, not on your violent felonies, just because they had to control the spread of COVID at different facilities and the challenges that came with that. As far as whether releases at a state or local level and the effect on crime, I think it's too early, and I'm sure there'll be reports that are put out by some entity or another to see if there's direct correlations in certain communities. So I'm not trying to kiss off on your question there, but I think you'll see reviews done and see if people can determine a cause and effect and what that did look like. So, but it's a very fair question, and is there components to someone who may have been cite released, committing another crime before they were held accountable for the first one? Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions?
No more public comment at this time.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any more comments for Chief Ben?
I'll just wrap up with, we'll be having a May or early June public safety subcommittee meeting to talk about the first quarter of 2021. One of our recommendations that the council accepted last year on improving transparency and oversight and input. So if you want an opportunity after you reviewed this annual report to maybe talk with the public safety subcommittee in the next month or so, look for that publicly noticed meeting to come up.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
You too. All right, so we'll move on to our consent calendar. Does anybody have any items they would like to pull from consent? All right, I am not seeing any. Do we have any members of the public that would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Jeff, do we have anybody? Please raise your hand.
We do not.
Okay, so I will take a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Okay, so have a vote. So Vice Mayor Geringer,
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I am an aye. So we are unanimous with Cam not present. We are 4 and 1 not present. Okay, so now we will go on to item 9A.
As I was in transition, did you call for the staff report?
Yes, we did, please.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. The matter before you is, again, the housing element update, and specifically the RENA numbers and the 6th cycle housing element. And specific to tonight, we want to provide you with an update on where that process stands, as well as request authorization to have ESA, the city's environmental consultants, to begin their work studying scenarios for the purposes of CEQA. And so I'll start at the outset saying that no discussion or decision tonight would be a decision to upzone or not upzone any particular property or area, but rather decisions tonight and the request by staff is to authorize CEQA analysis of it. And CEQA is intended to be informational and inform the policy decisions which would come later this year with respect to if and or where to upzone if necessary to meet CEQA. So as background, in the Association of Bay Area Governments, known as ABAG, spent approximately a year with a housing methodology committee developing a methodology by which the 441,000 plus dwelling units that state HCD, Housing and Community Development, allocated to the Bay Area. So the Housing Methodology Committee spent about a year working on a methodology, which was ultimately adopted late last year. And in November, we brought to the council some CEQA scenarios to study, and that was based on the preliminary allocation, ABAG's terminology, which was about 1,660 units for Lafayette. So the ABAG Executive Committee did adopt the methodology, which has subsequently been sent off to the state for evaluation. And in December, the base on which that methodology is built is Plan Bay Area 2050 future households. And so the change by the executive committee in December to Plan Bay Area moved Lafayette's numbers up from about 1,660 to 2,114. So state HCD has issued about a week and a half ago a letter approving ABAG's methodology. And so we are awaiting the final draft numbers to be issued, which would then be followed on by an appeal period throughout the summer. And then final numbers would be allocated to each jurisdiction by the end of the year. So on page 1 of your staff report, you see the draft allocations as they currently stand for the jurisdictions in Contra Costa County. And Lafayette, again, is at 2,114, so 2,114 units. And those numbers are 3 to 5 times previous cycles, the previous cycle being the 5th cycle, basically because the gross allocation for the Bay Area has gone up dramatically. And while the city did issue comment letters and concerns about issuing that bulk number during COVID, during a pandemic, and we have witnessed some exodus of residents from California, HCD persisted and continued on with its allocation and has provided no relief with respect to deadlines or numbers at this time. So with respect to timing, we are faced with a variety of statutory requirements. The requirements for the housing element update and meeting RHNA numbers have expanded significantly since the last cycle. And our deadline for having a compliant certified housing element submitted to HCD is January 2023. Not just us, that's everyone in the Bay Area and Northern California. Further, specific to Lafayette, we have a deadline of July 1, 2022, roughly 6 months earlier, to comply with AB 2923, which calls for upzoning BART-owned properties within half a mile of the BART station to at least 75 dwelling units per acre or commensurate commercial by that time. Now, I will note that Lafayette's BART station parking lots on the north side are in a very high fire hazard severity zone. And so the statute does allow for the city to decide not to upzone those properties, but would need to then reallocate that same amount of growth and density elsewhere in the community. So it wouldn't obviate the need to that. It would just require us to relocate that amount of development. So with respect to CEQA, the city's consultant, ESA, is under contract to prepare a programmatic EIR, and the staff report speaks in very high level about the difference between a programmatic EIR for things like zoning changes and advanced planning documents like the general plan update or a downtown specific plan, as opposed to a project level EIR for something like a specific development project, which is being proposed. And so the council will recall that at the November joint meeting with the Planning Commission, we proposed to have a maximum scenario for the purposes of analysis under CEQA and preparation of the EIR, which would allow the GPAC and Planning Commission and Council ultimately to carve away at that overall max scenario and make policy decisions as to where and how much to come in below that for the ultimate desired solution for the housing element. So tonight we bring back to you new scenarios which reflect the increased RHNA numbers from 1,660 to 2,114. And much of the November 30 scenarios were comparable to one another with minor differences in potential yield and density. And this is what we are proposing this evening in consultation with ESA. Is our two scenarios, which would give the same amount of flexibility, but focus the analysis into two scenarios. And I'll turn it over to Diana to talk further about buffer and opportunity sites. But and so I'll leave it there for the moment, and we'll come back and both be available for any questions.
Thanks, Greg. I wanted to talk a little bit about the RHNA buffer. In the past housing element, we had only an allocation of 400 units, and we had a buffer of almost another 400 units. That is, basically, we accommodated the RHNA allocation, and we had additional sites identified that would allow for, if one of those sites was taken out of a housing possibility, for example, we had enough land elsewhere to make up for those units that were potentially lost. The need for a buffer this time is even more important because the laws have changed about the no net loss provisions, which says essentially that anytime within the planning period, that's the 8-year period of the housing element, if a site is taken out for a particular use, for example, because it becomes now a commercial development, which is always an option, that there's enough land left in the inventory that would accommodate those units that we had estimated would be on that site. It would accommodate it elsewhere. Now, also, the new rules require that we have to accommodate units by income category at every point in the housing element cycle. So if we identify a site that we think it's going to be it would make a great affordable site, but it's actually developed for market rate housing, we have to make sure that there's enough other sites in the opportunity sites in the inventory to accommodate those that were lost by income category. This is a huge change then from before. We've been working and discussing for some time, what should that number be, that buffer? We don't have a specific number that there's not one that's specifically required. The state does require one, but it has not identified what that number is. The current guidance is at least 15 to 30% of your existing RENA allocation. And for the purposes of this CEQA review, we're advocating more than that, so that up to 60%. And the reason for that is to be able to move and mix and match things as we get the CEQA analysis completed. We're recommending an initial target for over 50. We don't necessarily anticipate that number will remain that way, but it's a way for an analysis to take place through the CEQA evaluations so that we can say, okay, we think actually the number should be 30% or 15% or whatever it is, but it's a number that gives us confidence that we can carve out or sculpt ultimately something that targets the RENA allocation plus some healthy number of buffer units, so that we won't have to come back and find new sites, or actually what would be even worse is to have to rezone and upzone areas during the middle of the housing element cycle. We want to avoid that. One of the things that goes into this analysis that we're just beginning, the detailed discussion of identifying sites is just beginning. We had to make some assumptions based on what we already know in the downtown, some obvious sites that we could include that we didn't potentially include in the last housing element. We have leftover sites from the last one, and we needed to come up with some relative understanding of how much is the capacity for the discussion. You know, when the GPAC's, one of GPAC's next steps, and I think in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, is actually to work through the process of going through sites and looking to see if there should be added sites, there should be removed sites. But what we came up with in order to create the scenarios was our best guess based on what we already know to exist, and will give us a healthy way to move forward with the CEQA evaluations to really update the council, the city as a whole, and the council, so that community can understand what that is. And that analysis is going to take about a year. So we wanted to set forth some basic understanding of what we think capacity is. Now, at the November 30th, one of the charges was for us to go back and come up with a maximum scenario. And actually, in discussion with the ESA folks, it was determined that the maximum scenario, in which case we would upzone everything as much as we thought it in any situation could actually be upzoned to, the number was so high that would be about 4,500 units, and that we felt it would overstate the impacts potentially of arena allocation plus some level of buffer. So we have gone back and reviewed what we think are the two best scenarios. The first is that I want to talk about is the first one is called the distributed scenario, and basically this looks at putting housing density throughout the downtown, all the areas that we've discussed before. Again, this is not making the decision tonight that this is where this is going to happen, but for the purposes of argument and evaluation, where would we put these units? And consistent with prior planning efforts that would put most of multifamily housing development in the downtown, this spreads it out a little bit more so that there's a more distributed look at the housing throughout the downtown. And you can see there on page 6 of 8 of your staff report, we look at the proposed density of basically no more than 50 units to the acre downtown, 75 units, of course, on the BART site, and then 20 units elsewhere in the community. This gets us to about 3,400 units, which is a buffer of about 62%. Again, this is obviously going to will be changing as time goes on. This is an iterative process. As we add sites into the inventory, we could reduce the zoning in certain areas. But for now, in order to get the CEQA analysis going, this is what we came up with. One thing I've been asked about was scattered sites. The scattered sites, which is a number of about 650 units. This includes the terraces, which we know is a project that will eventually happen. We're going to include it until such time as we're told we can include it. It includes accessory dwelling units. We have to make, based on state guidance, we have to make some assumptions about the number of ADUs that might be permitted in a given year, and then project that through the life of the housing element. We also can include a few off-sites that didn't really fit in anywhere. We know that they're off on the edges of the downtown or some other places. For example, in the downtown only scenario, the Brazzoni site and the church down off of St. Mary's Moraga, those would become part of the scattered sites, and it would include single family. We know that there's going to be continuing development outside of the downtown with single family, as well as accessory dwelling units throughout the community. So the second scenario, which is an alternative, would be what would it take to take all those same units and put them strictly in the downtown? And by downtown, we mean all the way the east end, west end, and the core. This would take them, there would be no rezoning outside of those areas. And that's on page 7 of 8. We get to roughly the same number of units, but we have to get to a density that is about 115 units per acre. Now, we're not advocating rezoning anything 115 units per acre. But we wanted to see what would happen if you put all the density in the downtown. Now, again, once we get more discussion going with the GPAC on opportunity sites, the number of opportunities and sites in the downtown could increase, in which case that number of 115 units per acre would come down. But this is based on only what we know right now. Again, we have scattered sites. We come up with a number that's about 3,400, and that's a 62% buffer. So the purpose of these two scenarios is we're not making any decisions about which ones of these are the right one. We're evaluating them so that the council will have a full understanding of what the impacts are if you put all the development in one location or spread it out through a greater location. And ultimately, the decision to study the scenarios is not a decision to rezone anything. There is no advocating of any rezoning whatsoever in this. It's simply an exercise in math so that the ESA, our environmental consultants, can really understand what these impacts are, give the city council and the community at large the information it needs to understand what's the best alternative that we're going to come up with that will not create too many impacts in too many areas. And that's the purpose of this. I included at the very end some information about the next steps in the process. As Greg mentioned, the methodology has been approved by the state. We don't expect any change in the number because there was no change in the methodology. So the number we expect fully to be 2114. And then we've also provided some information about challenging the methodology. It's really up to the council to discuss. And as Greg mentioned, over the last year, we provided, along with many jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area, so please do not think that Lafayette's alone in this. Many, many jurisdictions have argued for a pause, have argued for changes, et cetera, and none of those requests were heeded. So at this point, the council can go back and do what it wants to do. The staff is basically, our mission is really to get you a housing element that's certified, and that continues to be our goal. I don't think there's anything else. Anyway, we'll continue to pursue this, development of the environmental analysis, and get you a housing element that's complying. What the city council wants to do with the information that we provide, it's up to the city council to decide. So that's it for my presentation. I know I went really fast, but I'm assuming that there are probably a lot of questions about it.
Yes, thank you. And you do speak fast, but you speak very clear. So thank you. Yes. All right, Councilmember Anduri.
I'm assuming this is time for questions from the council?
Please.
Not comments, but questions. I have
not
a number.
Comments.
Yeah, I have a number of questions. Diana, you and Greg have both said more than once during your presentations that we are not making any zoning decisions tonight.
Correct.
What I want to ask, just to make sure we're clear on this, is that nothing we do tonight would preclude the GPAC from recommending a zoning change in an area that's not covered by this environmental impact report.
Generally speaking, yes, it may require some slight modifications, but we are looking at the two most obvious ways to accommodate the units. But yes, you're correct.
Okay, so this is for those in the community who want GPAC, because just so everyone is aware, the council has asked GPAC to study this and come back with a recommendation. Nothing we do tonight forecloses GPAC from studying any area or coming back with any recommendation.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Now, with respect to the buffer, you've recommended for purposes of the study a 62% buffer.
Correct.
If we approve these tonight, does that lock us in to a 62% buffer, or can that be changed later?
No, what it does, it gives us the best guess for, where you can move some of the buffer around and where you can cut some of the buffer out. What it does is it creates an envelope in which, like I've said, I've called it sculpting. Greg has called it sculpting as well. There's nothing in this that would require us to keep a buffer of that high. The decision about a buffer will come when we get to a preferred alternative, like the beginning of next year kind of thing.
Okay, so no one can come back and say there's a preference for 62% because you did it in your environmental impact report. Okay.
No, that's the maximum buffer we're looking at.
Okay, and then with respect to the scattered units, you've told us that there are 315 units in there for the terraces.
Correct.
And I understand that there are 240 or 250 in there for ADUs?
Correct, 240, yeah.
Okay. And is there any possibility of that number increasing?
We have to, it's possible. The guidance from the state is the way we count ADUs is that we have to look at past production and average it. Now, the laws have changed dramatically in the last several years. So there's an argument to be made, instead of averaging the last 5 years, maybe averaging the last 3 years or 2 years or something like that.
Yep.
So we will continue to refine that as we go along, because we'll keep looking at what people are doing in 2021 as well as 2020 to figure out what is a reasonable number. So we take that number, whatever that number is, an average, and then multiply it by 8 years, and that's how we get the number.
Okay. And my last question, sorry.
I just wanted to follow on that with a little bit more information. Just looking at the last more than decade of accessory dwelling units, formerly termed second units, from 2009 to 2019, well, call it 2018, so 10 years, we were averaging single digits in terms of the number of applications, low to middle single digits. 2016 to 17, we ticked up into double digits, but and from, I'll just read off the 2018. So that was 9 units. Then in 2019, it jumped to 14 applications. And in 2020, it more than doubled to 33. Year to date, we have received 20. And so if we keep the same pace, we're going to be between 50 and 60. And so I can't expect that curve will continue at its increasing rate. But I think we can make a reasonable case to HCD that we will be far from single digits and well into the double digits, easily 30 to 60, somewhere in there.
Final question. In the distributed scenario, there are 831 units attributable BART, and in the downtown only scenario, there are 0. And I understand that because it's in a high fire danger zone, we can opt not to zone. But my question is it all or nothing? Do you either zone as required by the law at 70, minimum 75, minimum 5 stories, or you don't zone at all? Nothing.
No, it definitely, that may come out as part of a preferred alternative at the end. This specific ask was put everything in the downtown and exclude, but neither of these scenarios would prevent us from going back and saying, let's put 20 units per acre on the BART site.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, no, nothing would do that. This is simply for the purpose of evaluating what impacts would be. And we're trying to get the biggest impact in both scenarios.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. I wasn't aware of that. So
yes. Yeah, there could be not an infinite number, but many different scenarios that become the preferred alternative in the very end that may include the BART site at 20 units to the acre or whatever. But for the purposes of the CEQA analysis, we're gonna see where the greatest impacts are and how to mitigate them if they can be, and then from there you'll be able to arrive at a preferred alternative that would ultimately be what we'd plan for.
Okay, and just GPAC would arrive at that, and
right, they'd make the recommendation. Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, any other council member questions? I definitely do have some questions, and because it is such an interesting topic, right? And it is. Thank you for your explanation that nothing is set in stone, but it is. I'm very interested in the how and the why we even have to get anywhere near 115, and so my questions are: is it true that the housing element is allowed to use the density bonus, which is 50%. And so basically 35 per acre is actually 52 per acre right now. So basically 35 is the new 50. And so why would we even have to upzone to 50 to get to those numbers?
If you're asking about whether or not you can basically count density bonus against arena, the answer unfortunately is no, because it is a voluntary choice that a developer makes, and they may or may not take the density. They can, Mala could probably speak more succinctly to the specific laws because we've discussed it at length, but the density bonus is a developer's choice to use. So we can't make assumptions that a developer is going to use the density bonus on every project going forward. So the density is actually, 52 units to the acre or whatnot. State does not allow that.
But do they take into account current production? Like, do they take into account current trends? Do they take into account basically, if we can say that every single one recently had a density bonus because the density bonus increased to such a level that we're seeing it pencil out better for the developers and they all took it. Is there any argument to be made in that?
Well, yes and no. And if we show production, we have to do an average. And we've already done an average that shows that the development in Lafayette for housing comes at about 85% of zone density. That is, and I mentioned this in the report, that 100 units is the zoned allowed number of units. Basically, the history of multifamily housing, including the density bonus, the average is only 85%, so that we can only count 85 units.
You used what? How long? I mean, like, since all the laws changed, right? It's like the ADU law, just like the ADU law. It changed so significantly that it's a paradigm shift, right? And so I can't imagine there wouldn't be ways where we could justify that the paradigm shift has led to an increase, just like we're seeing with the ADUs, along with our housing, all the housing in the downtown.
The state so far has said that it will not accept anything above 100% of zone density unless you can demonstrate every single project came in with a density bonus. And the problem is not every project comes in with a density bonus. It has to be an average. This is true in other jurisdictions as well that I'm working with. Greg has something he wants to say.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, Diana, but your point is well taken that there is a I don't want to call it a sea change, but a paradigm shift, if you will, or historically, 10 years ago, density bonus was little invoked, and that has been increasing of late, and so the trend line is increasing, and I believe our prior housing element and had an 85% occupancy or build out estimate, and that is consistent with what 10 to 15, potentially even 20 years of development in Lafayette has produced. But certainly some projects of late have ticked above that. And so we have, like when the city council budgets for the actual budget for costs and revenues and expenditures, the practice has been to be conservative and to estimate the costs of things to be high and our revenues to be low, and in so doing, we've been successful in having a balanced budget. That is our approach on this as well, and so have estimated, put in place a 75% yield, because what we have seen of late is a loss of office and commercial space, and redevelopment of sites purely as residential. Now, there may be an exception here or there, but we have certainly seen that trend. And so it, I think, behooves the GPAC, Planning Commission and Council to look at requiring commercial ground floor, not just in the core area, but at the east and west ends, and potentially even identifying an area in the downtown which would not allow residential, but would only allow commercial and office, that thus a developer couldn't invoke density bonus and get concessions and waivers to do away with that. So those are discussions that need to happen, more analysis, but in sort of estimating the numbers, that's why we have put a 75% yield in based on allowed zoning. Your point is well taken that we may be able to bump that back up to 85% or even higher, based on recent trends invoking density bonus and coming up at or above 100% of zone density.
And as I mentioned before, this is an iterative process. What we know now is what we want the CEQA folks to to analyze. And then no one's advocating, I'm certainly not advocating 115 units to the acre, but we need to start somewhere, and the more information we have, then we can pare that back. The more we have new opportunity sites, we can add those in, then the density comes down further. So this is going to be an ongoing process. It's not set in stone at any point until such time as the GPAC makes a recommendation on the preferred alternative, somewhere at least 6 months from now.
Okay. Do we get to, I mean, I know this is not exactly on the topic, but is it true that we, like, for the 5th cycle, we produce more housing outside of our housing element than we did in our housing element? It was 308 units that were in our housing element downtown and 380 that were not in our housing element downtown. So how does that play into this analysis, these numbers? Like, basically, you know, if we're suggesting we upzone, and it doesn't mean that development is limited to our opportunity sites. There's absolutely nothing legal about, or any binding thing about these opportunity sites. It means that they can develop at that rate in the entire areas, right? And that's true. And so how does that play into this? When you send it off to the CEQA person, they're going to take your numbers as if it's like one building, the way you've set it up in this one area. But actually, at this zoning, we could have the whole area done, right? And that's because we have, you know, housing by right and the rules. So when you suggest this 115, its impact could be for the entire downtown. So how do you justify that with this process?
What we do is, as I say, it's iterative. Once we know once the GPAC has begun its review of individual sites and has added perhaps more opportunity sites, then the density would, by definition, come down. We have to start with something of the known quantities and continue to add to it. We can't wait for us to know the universe of everything, because the process takes so long. It takes almost a little more than a year. And the decision about whether or not to upzone the site, the BART site, et cetera, has to be made before the deadline, one way or the other. If the idea is that we're going to upzone it, then we have to have it done by that time. So we always are going to be lacking some level of information, but we keep adding to the process and keep adding information to it so that this will come down and that we will have a better understanding. Specifically, I'm only talking really about the alternative in the downtown. I think that's the thing that is the most of concern to people, and obviously so. I don't think anybody has an expectation that, you know, this is the way it's going to be, but we have to start somewhere. Greg?
In looking at the housing production for the 5th cycle, the bulk of the sites, the majority of sites that were redeveloped for housing were opportunity sites. There were certainly
No,
some.
that's not true. It's 308 units were in it and 380 were not.
In terms of units, counts, I believe you're right, if we include the terraces. And
no, it's at 695 if you include the terraces.
Okay.
So your statement is incorrect.
No, I was speaking about actual sites, not unit count. And so, but your point of, even if it's not identified as an opportunity site, even if it doesn't meet the criteria that the state has established for that, it could be redeveloped. And as I mentioned earlier, that's what we were finding with Oak Hill West and Corporate Terrace office parks, that they were large parcels of land under single ownership, which made it easy to negotiate, acquire. They didn't need to assemble and redevelop. And you know, fortunately, the council was able to get some office replacement as part of the Miramar Lafayette Lane project. Yes.
Right. And so just to be clear, there were 8 projects in it, the housing element, and then 10 projects not. I just want to make sure that people know that, like, when we do this, and whether we identify opportunity sites or not, when the upzone, if it occurs, it affects the entire area. And that's the way the developers will see our city, because they have no obligation, right? They have no obligation to look at our housing element or opportunity sites. And that's actually what's been happening, right? And so if we base our upzoning numbers on insufficient or incorrect number of opportunity sites based on what's been happening in our city, on our new laws and all the, concessions and the new density bonuses, then we have hugely underestimated what actually could be the growth. And that's actually my biggest concern, is that we're going to get it wrong on that side. And we are going to upzone far more than we needed to, which will enable far more growth than the EIR is going to attack, right? That's the conundrum to me.
Again, we're not upzoning anything. There's not a decision
Right.
to be made to upzone until much further down the road. And so for the purposes of an evaluation, we need to know what the impact would be to load up the units in this location, right?
But theoretically, is it possible to, using our current 35 per acre, to find similar sites, like the corporate terraces that was 98% leased, like Madison, they created Madison Park and Lafayette Lane, and Madison Park, they took down fully rented out apartments and businesses and took them down. And with 950 Hoof had leased businesses.
Right.
Do you think it's theoretically possible that we could achieve it at 35?
I don't know. And I think that is what the GPAC's task is to help identify potential additional sites of the kind that you're discussing. We have a whole slew of requirements that are provided by the state about how to review sites. And so we're going to be working with the GPAC to actually do that, so they can help us vet various sites in the downtown, because that's what their charge is to do.
Right. So to me, it seems like if we were to get, I know we've talked about the max scenario, but since this max scenario is now just this hugely, vastly different than what I was, at least I was imagining, would it be a reasonable thing is to take our current zoning? So this would be like the low end, a current zoning, and imagine all this growth in our downtown at our current zoning levels, and then and distribute it evenly along our 5 zones in our downtown, which is kind of where all of our projects are happening right now. And they're kind of evenly distributed around our downtown within our 35. Imagine finding all of those. And so that would be like the low end in a way. That would be the least impact, and then we get the most impact, and it would help blanket out what we're doing. How much harder would it be if we asked for an additional scenario like that?
It can be a scenario within what we within these two. There's nothing that prevents the city from identifying a preferred alternative that's within the confines of this CEQA documentation. Just because we say, for the purpose of the analysis and the distributed model, that it's 50 units to the acre downtown, once we have a full understanding and sites vetted through GPAC, that we can still lower it back down to 35 units to the acre, but we won't know that until we go through the process of doing it. And I think it's important, and I mentioned this in the staff report, is that the constraints for identifying sites is very strict in terms of we have to provide documentation on whether or not a site has a high functioning use on it, for example. And if it does, then we have to demonstrate that this high functioning use, say a commercial use, we've had an experience of this commercial use being demolished and returned over, which is basically corporate terrace. However, there are not immediately unknown sites like that we have found. We've done the least that the most that we could with the information that we have, and we'll work with the GPAC to go through and sort of systematically identify sites.
So I don't quite understand, because in your in the distributed model and in the downtown only, you chose some numbers, of density numbers that really skewed the different areas. It wasn't distributed evenly at all around the town, right? Like there was the section 4 where you only decide, where we've got 3 active projects right now. Here, where are my numbers? Where it's got, I wrote these down, hang on. There's 3 projects there. You estimated in this scenario that says we were only going to develop 0.78 acres, which was 2% of that area. It was going to be developed in the next 8 years, creating only 29 units in that area. But right now we've got 3 projects going in there using density bonuses, adding up to 94 units. So why did you choose to completely, why did you choose to say that no more growth was actually going to be there, or even less growth than even now?
No, I didn't say that.
What I was saying, that's what it is.
What I was saying is that based on the existing opportunity sites that we're aware of, that's what we'd get as a yield. But again, the GPAC is charged to look through those areas more in depth and have a discussion about that.
But would that affect the EIR analysis, right? Is this very skewed distribution of sites around the city rather than something more equal?
So when you use the word skewed, are you?
I can show you. I drew a picture. I can show
we're
a picture.
Anticipating, but where currently the city has 35 dwelling units per acre for the last 50 years, I believe, in the downtown. We've not, and a 3-story height limit. We've not seen all sites in the downtown redeveloped over that time frame to those. We have seen, projects pop up and some residential, some commercial. The Mercantile comes to mind, and the recent projects that the city council has approved come to mind. And so just looking at the last cycle opportunity sites, and I think we can identify a couple more opportunity sites in the core area, and add those in through the GPAC process, which would bring down that 115. Would it go to 35? That would be a tall charge to identify. It would be a tremendous increase in the opportunity sites that we would need to be able to justify to HCD, and they would be accepting of, to maintain it at 35.
Right. No, I get that. I'm questioning the distribution of the sites in terms of percentage, and whether that is that the right approach to give to the EIR consultant, or do you take what we've basically been doing, which is kind of equally distributed around the city core downtown, and you give more of an even flat in each area rather than what you've done by? Would that be a better method to use?
Yeah, I think we were anticipating the greater density in the existing downtown, which the community has, I think, historically expected, as that's what the general plan called for. And then certain adjacent areas are multifamily residential, 17 to 35 dwelling units per acre, and kind of tapering off into single family districts. Now, recent projects, there have been public comments around the degree current zoning allows for a dramatic step between the 35 dwelling units per acre in the downtown with density bonus and single family. And even when there's potentially even a buffer of a creek in between, but that step we've heard can be problematic from a visual and privacy impact. And so stepping that down, wedding cake, if you will, with the greatest density in and around the core and the boulevard, and stepping that down either through zoning or design guidelines. That's what we'll be discussing further at GPAC, but I think that was our initial approach, not to have a dramatic drop off from 3 or 4 stories to single family zoning.
Okay. I am going to show a picture because I think maybe what I'm doing. Hey, Jeff, can you let me in? I'm logged in as a person. And if I can share my screen, can you do that?
You can share your screen right now.
I can't from my iPad. I can. If I'm in the meeting. All right. All right, you are seeing it. Okay, so here is, so I tried to get, I took pictures from your staff report of the size of the density. And then I tried to represent how big or how much of the acreage was being considered in each of these areas. And this is the distributed proposal. And so you can see, we've got the Deer Hill, we've got the bar on top, and 90%, that's what it would be, like 90% of that parcel. So it's big. So most of it would be covered with that density. But then if you look in area number 4, right, that's only at like 2%. And so the ones in the core that I questioned, so we've got a 23, 22, a 12, a 12, a 30, and a 5. No, not 5, 12. So for the EIR consultant, because we know we have projects in that 4 that are, significant right now, would it have been better to have these fractions be more equal?
I think the opportunity sites are going to be what they're going to be based on what state law allows and prescribes in terms of what the criteria are for those. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right that the BART station, it's parking lot now. And so the increase there is going to be more dramatic than our downtown core, which is largely built out, but certainly has a couple projects that are redevelopment projects and going up. So I don't know that it's feasible to make it kind of equitable in terms of a percentage of each district identified as an opportunity site. I think it behooves us to identify as many opportunity sites as possible that we can have the state willing to sign off on, because it overall lowers the necessary density to accomplish the planning goal.
Absolutely. So then I'm going to pull this back up because I do have another comment on here. Oh, it's not there. I'm showing the wrong one. Hang on. Stop share. is that not allowing me to see it? Let me close this one again. It's not recognizing the picture that I want to see. Because I have some questions on, as I talk, the questions on why you have some opportunity sites registered, and then, I mean, not, you have upzoning recommended to study, but with no opportunity sites. And I want to understand your logic.
Yeah, those, I believe, both are existing areas adjacent to the 35 dwelling units per acre downtown. I think some of them are actually duplex zoning, where it's currently a mix of single family and duplex. And actually, we've been advised that there's some more fourplexes in there through prior. And so they're existing mixes proximate to the downtown goods, services, transit. And so while at this point in time, they appear to be fully built out with a lower density product type, could be single family homes. If those areas are decided by GPAC and the council to upzone even modestly, just for instance, going from single family to duplex, it may present unidentified opportunities to grow in an incremental way, which would be consistent with the kind of pattern of development, and not be a dramatic increase. You know, I wouldn't advocate a dramatic increase, you know, to 35 dwelling units per acre necessarily south of the boulevard where it's single family. These are those potential shoulder areas or step down areas that we spoke about earlier. So yeah, even though we currently, based on the state's criteria for opportunity sites, we haven't identified any in there. There may be unidentified opportunity sites that could redevelop and serve to produce some incremental housing, despite, you know, like you mentioned, there's every opportunity to redevelop if the zoning permits, even though you're not an identified opportunity site. And you spoke to a few of those.
What does the EIR consultant do with that? So basically, you said that I'm trying to understand what the EIR consultant does with that, because you've said upzone this area, but we have no opportunity sites. What does the EIR consultant, what do you expect him or her to do with that? Because you've given them a 0. So what are they in their model? Like, do they assume 0 get upzoned to that in that area? Or do they assume that the whole area got upzoned to that? Why? I just don't understand that, why you're sending that.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that level of granularity in terms of the analysis, and Luke with the ESA is on the call. I don't know if now is the right time to speak to that, but
that'd be great. That'd be great.
So maybe he can enable microphone and video, and if need be, have the question re-asked. But essentially, that there are a couple small areas in town where we have not identified opportunity sites yet, but nonetheless would ask that the EIR look at a modest upzoning. And so how might that be handled across all of the different analyses that are done in the EIR: transportation, air quality, aesthetics, et cetera?
So I guess I'm not fully following what you'd be
So
asking.
there's an area
Okay.
where it's the proposed upzoning, but then 0 opportunity sites. So there's no percentage in that area that is right now identified as an opportunity site. What do you do with that information? Do you just keep it like at current settings because there's 0 opportunity sites, or do you somehow take into account the increased zoning? And if you do, how do you what do you do with that?
I would say that probably we should take into account the increased zoning. That would seem to make the most sense.
And then how are you,
That's theoretically what could happen there someday. So that's what we need to evaluate.
well, okay.
And we
Following-
also
oh,
haven't
no.
we haven't gone through the process of finding any opportunity sites, so we have that discussion with the GPAC.
Yeah, okay.
But you're giving that to him now to study, right?
Well, yeah, because it's a pot of units in a sort of general location. Whether it's on this particular site or that particular site, it isn't less relevant than if you have what's it going to have, if there are X number of units in this general location.
Right. I think so, remembering again, this is a programmatic analysis. So we're looking at this pretty on a macro scale. So if we get, a unit here, a unit there, I mean, it's not gonna make a huge difference. And part of what we're trying to do with this max scenario, distributed scenario, whatever it is we're trying to call it, is we're trying to really look at what, not so much the worst case scenario, but the maximum amount that would be developed could potentially be upzoned in the city, and where those actually fall. I mean, especially when you get into really specific parcels and everything like that, I don't think is going to have much of a bearing on the actual impact analysis. I don't think we're going to see a lot of big differences between little things like that.
But then my question is, in your answer, when you say you do have to take the upzoning into account kind of for the whole area, right? Just as a notion, is that true for the downtown as well? So how many opportunity sites in an area, is that what you play off of? Or do you play more off of the actual zoning in that area?
I think generally speaking, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg and Diana, we've kind of been talking about the upzoning aspect of it versus identifying specific opportunity sites, but please correct me if I'm incorrect on that.
But how many units are you saying are going to get built there, right? If we upzone it, how are you saying that whole area could possibly be, populated at that level? Because that's true. It can. Identified opportunity sites or not. It's just true. They could be used. And is that the method you're taking?
Well, I mean, CEQA requires us to look at the possible effects of a decision. So, we would be looking at, if you upzone from 20 to 30, whatever the number is, we would be looking at the potential impacts from that. That's would kind of be the point of what we're trying to do in the EIR.
Yeah, right. And to your earlier point, Luke, which we discussed, of overstating the potential impacts. Mm-hmm. It is true that, like, take Safeway or Whole Foods, those sites would be within the downtown core and would, for the sake of this example, if the entire district went to 50 dwelling units per acre, I don't believe that we could necessarily in the EIR project that those sites would be redeveloped at 50 dwelling units per acre or even greater with density bonus, because the likelihood that those going means will cease and be redeveloped with housing is low. And I don't believe the state would accept those as opportunity sites. I mean, I'm using slightly hyperbolic examples because they're just, they serve a great community need and are, cash flow positive, I would expect. But there are certainly sites, and I think BART is a potential example as well, where the redevelopment of those parking lots would not pose such a concern. And those are the opportunity sites that we've identified thus far as the low-hanging fruit, the more obvious sites, which I think of all sites, there's going to be a spectrum of probability for them to develop or redevelop or not. And we need to be realistic about that, both in our housing element and in the EIR. So we can't take every site within a district and presume it will be redeveloped in the time frame at the maximum density.
Okay, I'm understanding what you're talking about now, Greg. I think what we'd have to do when we actually prepare the project description, we have to, for those sites like you mentioned, and maybe some others, we have to essentially set those aside and explain and tell the story of why we aren't assuming that these are going to be developed at this huge number. So I
so that's the opposite of what we're giving you. We're giving you what we think is going to be, and you're saying you actually want to make sure that we exclude the ones that we know, because it is possible that all the other ones will be developed like that, right? That was kind of what you were saying. It'd be you would like to have the list of the ones that we really don't think will be, rather than what we think will be. Does that make sense?
I think it would make sense to spell out, you know, the sites that are probably going to retain their current use for the foreseeable future. I think that would be a reasonable thing to say. I mean, you know, essential commercial businesses would be one of those, I would expect. So, I mean, that's going to have to be something we're going to have to parse out as we get into really refining the project description on this thing.
Right. And I think that, you know, that's definitely something that we envision doing. Again, I know I'm a broken record. This is iterative. It's not, we're not saying we're going to upzone anything at this point.
I'm just trying to get the EIR to be right. And I want to make sure that we're giving him at least we're handing him stuff that we think that makes the right sense, right? That's our goal tonight. So we kind of need to hash this stuff out, because if you go down to that those little areas, all those little places below Mount Diablo, and if you add all those up in terms of what they could be, you know, on the max theoretical, and say like 75%, only 75% because a bunch of it's roads, you know, you're talking about 1,300 units. And we're saying that we are thinking we're only going to get 29 based on the math in here. But the theoretical max is like, and 75% of a theoretical max is like 1,200. It's a huge difference. And I get nervous that we're not sending you the right information that's going to be helpful based on really what we think the growth is, by combining it with this huge upzoning, rather than just giving you numbers and distributing it around the town. If we give you these big upzoning things, it's going to be a far bigger impact, because you're looking at a far bigger number of possible units. And I just want to get that argument correct, because it does. I mean, right now, if you look at the theoretical maximums, it's close to like 20,000, to be honest, in our downtown. And so we don't want that. And we know we don't have the infrastructure to handle that. But if that's what we're handing you by giving you these huge zoning numbers, then we should rethink how we're handing this to you.
Well, I would say that, you know, in the discussions I've had with staff over the last couple months, as they've kind of worked through what they presented to you tonight, I would say that what I have currently, at least in those two scenarios we're looking at right now, I think that paints a pretty good picture and would give us a good basis for a program level EIR. That level of granularity. I don't think that this EIR can or should get into a parcel by parcel identification game of what could happen on this specific parcel. I think we do have to paint some pretty broad brushes, and we have done that. I think Diana has done a pretty good job of laying that out on her map and identifying those various zones. So I'm not telling you what you all should do with your city and what I think you should do, but I'm saying as your EIR consultant, I think at this point I have, if the direction from the council is, yes, once you analyze both of these scenarios, I'm comfortable that we can do that with the general parameters that have been established in that.
So would it be helpful on the downtown only one to have, like, this is the upper bar, and then like, how would it be with a base level bar at for us to understand how the zoning plays into it. So keep it at 35 and distribute it, just all around town. And then that would be like the all 3,000 units all downtown, and understand where that is at that zoning versus what this one is, higher zoning and this other distributed, distribution that we've shown. Would that be helpful?
I would, the short answer would be probably not. I think it'd be more useful, I think, if we had kind of these broader assumptions that we're working within. Because once again, we're trying to identify, once again, not the worst case scenario. We're trying to identify a likely scenario. And we also recognize that before this is all said and done, the council and the GPAC and the council are probably going to land on something that's going to be below these maximum scenarios that have been identified. So there's going to be opportunity for refinement in your decision-making process, but I don't think that level of refinement is really critical at this point for the EIR. I hope that answers your question.
Sure. And is there anything else, like, should we be looking at this? It sounds like maybe we should go through and say the sites that we really don't think are going to be touched, right? So make sure to stay away from those.
Well, I think if you have some obvious ones, I think it might behoove you to point those out.
Okay.
But once again, I don't think we should get into a parcel by parcel discussion on the merits of any particular parcel. But I think there's certainly some uses that you all want to maintain and preserve.
Okay. Couple more. So in the De Silva site, why was there only 19 acres and not the 64 or whatever it is?
I think that's a question for Greg. And
yes, I'm sorry, that's not a question for you.
Okay.
It is.
Yes, you're right.
Unmuting.
Yes.
Thank you, Luke. Appreciate that. So in looking at the Oakwood De Silva site, it's roughly 62 acres total, but the upper reaches of it are quite steep, probably geotechnically challenging, and encumbered by native oak woodland. They're adjacent to existing open space at the East Bay Mountain Reservoir. But I think easily the lower third of that, which is kind of visible from Mount Diablo Boulevard and a lower slope, predominantly grassland, is a realistic number of acres that could be built on. Now, in theory, the developer could take the density attributable to all of the property and consolidate it into a portion of the property, so that the yield could be higher. But I think that at the roughly 20 acres is the realistic area of development footprint, if you will.
Okay, cool. Actually, I do have a question for the EIR consultant. This is another one. So like in the case now, we in our city, I think we've exceeded our total number of housing over our former allocation. I think that is true, but we're close or whatever. My question is, what happens like in this next cycle if we again overproduce, but the EIR covered basically what we're going to produce? Is there, what kind of so say we're supposed to build these 2,000 units, but we upzone and there's a housing boom and all of a sudden we get 4,000. What happens to the EIR in that case? Like, do these projects that are now, as we've exceeded it, are we now not CEQA exempt, for example?
Well,
or CEQA compliant, I mean.
Basically, the EIR we analyze up to a certain intensity of development. If at some point in the future, before the next housing cycle, you all exceed that level of intensity, then those projects that kind of come up would have to probably do a little more CEQA analysis. And that's just a fact of
Okay.
life. We run into that all the time in jurisdictions all around the Bay Area, where allocations get moved around or whatever, and things change. It's really the language, the SQL languages change conditions or whatever the language is, but essentially if the situation's changed, then you've got to look at it again.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That was just a question. And this is just another one. I just want to make sure. So right now I just want people to be clear that I know that we're not deciding on upzoning tonight, but just the rules around upzoning is that if we upzone anywhere in our city, the state laws are set up such that we are not allowed to downzone again. You only can go up at this point. It's not impossible, but it's virtually impossible because you have to make up for it in another part. So there's a no net loss. So once you upzone, you really can't downzone. If you've upzoned a big area, it's going to be really impossible to downzone. That's true, right?
I'm going to defer to Diana.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, who has
Diana
a better grasp of the state housing law than I do, or Greg.
Well, I'm well known for practicing law without a license, but I think I'm going to defer to Mala on that. I know that there's a recent case in one of nearby jurisdictions of Antioch that tried to do that. And anyway, I'll let Mala share.
Mayor Kendall, you are correct that if we wanted to rezone and downzone a parcel that had been considered, we would need to make up for it. So you would have to find other parcels that could make up for that loss. And you're correct, it's no net loss.
Right. And so in these for this kind of big area, that would be really hard. It would be a big effort to change our mind later. If we wanted to go backwards, we can't anymore. So
without providing additional sites, which may be challenging.
Okay. All right. So I think I am done with my questions. Okay. Any other Councilmember Dawson?
Just following up, Mayor Kendall, your questions and the upzoning, downzoning, are the zones that are in place now, can we create, scoped out, I guess, zones within those zones so that depending on how parcels are laid out, we can upzone part of that district, but not necessarily the entire district?
I believe that is true, that provided that there is no net loss overall, you could downzone and upzone, provided that the sum total remains the same or greater.
Yeah, I mean, without downzoning, just kind of keeping it at a certain level where it exists now. So I guess you're answering my question. Another question about zone 13, that seems to include a couple different areas there. And on the distributed scenario, it says 35, zone for 35. Oh, proposed density is 35 and it's existing zoning. Is that basically part of it is existing zoning in your, because I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Yes.
True?
Part of it is 35 and part of it is 17, but I'm going to confirm that. So it's not entirely 35, but that is, the 35 is consistent with part of the existing zoning.
Okay, I just want to check because I know then that's a different kind of multi-family zone. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the MRA and MRB are 35. MRO, which allows professional office, is 17. And there are some areas, I think, along Dewing that have that. So,
thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? All right. No more questions. Thank you, everybody. We'll go to public comment.
All right, Mayor Kendall, hands have been flying up and down all evening. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. If you'd like to provide public comment on this item and this item only, raise your hand right now. Leave it up, please. Do not take it down, and we'll take the public comment in the order that the hands went up. So with that, we've got 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Do I hear 25? Yes, I got 25. And we're over 26 now. Yeah, I think we're going to hit 30 here. So let's get started. Aaron Eckhouse is number 1.
Hello, thank you. Wonderful to get to be the first commenter on this. My name is Aaron Eckhouse. I am the Regional Policy Manager with California YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. Great to see that Lafayette has been early among Bay Area cities in this process. I think this is a good start. I do have a couple of concerns for what I think will guide you toward creating a more effective housing element. So one is in the analysis of buffer. I know it's good that there's a sort of a robust buffer being considered for the no net loss provision. And I'm glad to see analysis by staff of what percentage of zone capacity sites are generally built toward. I don't see in there a consideration of the likelihood that a given site is developed or not. And that is another important buffer for Lafayette to consider in this process, is that we know that not all sites identified in the housing element are actually developed over the course of that cycle. And so there needs to be a planning buffer built in so that Lafayette can still meet its housing goals, even if not all of those sites are developed. I think the most concerning example of this is the BART site. And this is something that has come up before, which is that I agree that the BART parking lot is a great opportunity site for housing development and especially for affordable housing, but it's not in BART's transit-oriented development work plan because BART was soliciting cities for which ones were most interested in working with them to move transit-oriented development of their stations forward, and they did not receive a response from Lafayette that made them feel confident putting that site in their work plan. So they prioritize other sites. BART has limited capacity to advance transit-oriented development at its stations. It has identified other stations that are going to take priority over Lafayette through 2030. If that site is not in BART's TOD work plan, and given that BART is the landowner, the likelihood of development there is, if not zero, extremely low. And so I think it would not be an appropriate opportunity site, even though it's great to do the rezoning as required by state law. But if you are counting on that site for your RHNA capacity, you will be setting yourself up for failure and potentially for HCD identifying that housing element as non-compliant because you're looking at up like 25% of your capacity on a site with basically a zero likelihood of development. So just some important things I think to keep in mind as this process moves forward in Lafayette. Excited to see it going forward and for future opportunities to engage. Thank you all and have a lovely evening.
Any questions for the speaker?
All right, next up we have, wow, let's see. We have Gwen License up, followed by Adam Bookbinder and Benjamin Levine and 24 others. Here's Gwen.
Hi, thank you for letting us speak. I live in one of the opportunity sites with no opportunity. We live in Lafayette Orchards, and staff has described this as a transitional neighborhood. We're one of the ones that are to be considered as the wedding cake or tapering off. I just want to point out that our neighborhood has been single family for 50 years. We have been living in the shadow of Mount Diablo's commercial area and development, and to upzone our neighborhood where there's no opportunity just seems like a waste of your time. There needs to be focus to make this work, but to change the zoning in our neighborhood where there's no opportunity seems like a waste. The second goal I want to make here is that it seems like everything that you're talking about is for affordable housing. We were told the last time we were in the GPAC meeting by Greg Wolf that our neighborhood was being considered as transitional for duplexes. But with the cost of our lots, if you change the housing to duplexes, you're getting nowhere near affordable housing. So again, we're focusing on something where we're considering upzoning this very small neighborhood where we have small streets, we have no infrastructure, we have terrible drainage, we have no lighting, we have no sidewalks. In some of the neighborhoods, there are larger lots at the end of the cul-de-sacs where the access is actually the worst in getting in and out of the neighborhood. So I understand that there's a consideration for having this step down approach or transition approach from high density to low density, but it just seems like a waste if there's not something where you can actually get something tangible out of it. And then finally, I want to bring up, there is one parcel in our neighborhood that's 2 acres, and they live right behind us. And the access in and out to their parcel is very tight. And this is with the creek on 2 sides. They live in a house that was built in 1912. And right now on their site are some of the most beautiful oak trees. They have otters in the creek right behind their lot. And to consider this as a potential upzoning is ruining that. So I know they turned in their letter afternoon today, and I just would hope that you would look at their letter and see what their position is on.
Please wrap it up. Your time
Thank
is
you
up.
so
Thank
much.
you.
I really
You're
appreciate
welcome.
the time.
Not a problem. Any questions for the speaker?
All right, next
No,
up
thank
is
you.
Adam Bookbinder, followed by Benjamin Levine and Mike. Adam, you're in. Go ahead.
Oh, gosh, I'm terribly sorry not to unmute myself. Hi, thank you for getting my name right. Good evening. My name is Adam Bookbinder. I'm a planning commissioner for the city of Campbell in the South Bay, though I'm speaking here only for myself. I'm excited to see Lafayette making an effort to meet its obligations under RENA. The walking tour and illustrated examples of what various densities actually look like are very helpful. It's great outreach work, and I hope my own city can put together something comparable. I am concerned, however, about some assumptions presented in the packet. The distributed scenario projects 831 homes developed on the BART site, but the site isn't in BART's work plan. Without that, there is a 0 chance that the site will be developed by 2030. More broadly, in the 5th cycle, only about 65% of the projected capacity was developed on less than 1/5 of the suggested sites. This history isn't taken into account in the projections, which assume that every single opportunity site will be developed at a significant portion of its proposed density over the next 8 years. If the same ratio holds this cycle, and there's no specific reason to believe it won't, you're not planning for 2,741 units, you're planning for 1,781. Why weren't the last set of projections met? Why will things be different this time? Without engaging with those questions, this process has little relationship to the reality on the ground. I worry that the outcome of these situations is that the city will expose itself to HCD refusing its housing element. All of our cities must enable the construction of the homes that we so desperately need throughout the region. Please ensure that the planning process reflects reality. Either get on BART's work plan or don't count potential homes on that site, and determine how the city can do better than developing 2/3 of what it says it will. Good luck, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No,
All
thank
right,
you.
next up, we've got Benjamin Levine, followed by Mike and Ajashuka Wardy. So here's Benjamin Levine. Benjamin Levine, where are you? You got 25 people behind you, so start on up. All right, we're going to come back to Benjamin later. Here comes Mike. All right, hold on, everybody.
Okay, I think you can hear me now. Yes?
But yeah, just hold on one second. Benjamin, I'm putting you back in. You're gonna have to come back later, so.
I'm here. I made it.
Yeah, okay, well, you're gonna,
Is it
sorry.
possible to share screen?
No.
No.
All right, Mike, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, couple of things. First, I want to yield my time to Colin Elliott, who's in the line at 24. Secondly, I think the council should require that people who make these comments are residents of the city and not ringers showing up with an outside agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. So are we going to bring back Benjamin?
So we're going to stay with the order we had, or it's going to get completely out of control. Benjamin, go ahead and just get back in the queue and we'll pick you up later. Okay, Ushaka Wardy's coming up next, Casey Lee, and then Paul Melmed.
Anushka Wardy, but yes, I'm assuming.
Okay, I saw some cringing faces there. It's Anushka. But I've heard many different variations. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Tracy Riley. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can. Thank you.
So I'm addressing Mayor and City Council members. I'm writing to you to express my concern over agenda item 9A. Unfortunately, this item continues to come up year after year, and the top-heavy approach has not changed. Local control is eroding, and so is the confidence of residents that local municipalities have any say in such important matters. Having been on your side of the dais for a few years, I understand the information, the process, and the enormous pressure to do the right thing. But I submit that doing the right thing is not always the easy thing. First, I would like to address the obvious observation that seems to be missing from the staff report. As all of you know, we have been living through a pandemic for over a year, and in that time, a lot has changed. I think it is fair to say that things that were considered exceptions in 2017 and 18, such as, quote, working remotely, are now the norm and are here to stay. We experienced a huge shift in how business is done, and this is sure to have an impact in many ways that we may not fully appreciate right now. With that, we have seen the mass exodus from urban centers and the Bay Area in general to other regions in California and out of state. It is unclear to me at this time if the number that the state and ABAC are still promoting will even be realistic. This is especially true for ABAC's December 2020 increase of units by 463 from their initial figure. It's possible that once the dust has settled, we will find that these numbers, and specifically 2,114 for Lafayette, will be viewed as overly aggressive and not in line with the current times. So the question I would like to ask, how can ABAC and the state of California justify housing numbers that don't seem to comport to today's reality? With that said, I would like to suggest that staff's recommendation to have a buffer of 50% when the state guidance is 15 to 30% is wrong. Let me put this another way. When someone is being extorted for $100,000, one does not offer to pay them an additional $50,000. It's my humble opinion that this is what we are doing. In addition, it saddens me to think that the staff is now considering new, quote, opportunity sites in areas that have long been smaller and more affordable single family. Can I yield to myself and finish? Because it's only one more minute.
No, you can't. I'm sorry, Anushka.
Well, it's on behalf of Tracy Riley.
Tracy, I know. Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, up next, we have Casey Lee, followed by Paul Melmed and Chris Lee. So here's Casey Lee.
Hi, good evening all. My name's Casey. I grew up in Lafayette and I'm a board member of Inclusive Lafayette. I'd like to first start with the land acknowledgement as I did in front of GPAC about a month or so ago. The land discussed during this call is on occupied Miwok land. You can visit native-land.ca to learn more about the lands that we currently occupy today. Also wanted to express gratitude for Diane, Luke, Greg, all your patience and expertise in answering questions on this very wonky topic. And I also want to express gratitude to those giving public comments, especially those who have full-time jobs and or full-time students. I'm commenting tonight to urge the City Council to study areas outside the downtown corridor for upzoning in the city's draft scenarios. I believe this is important because Lafayette will make the best informed zoning decisions if experts are allowed to study areas throughout the city, not just inside or adjacent to the downtown core. I loved growing up in Lafayette. I wish I could guarantee that future generations could say the same. And I wish families in the past could have said the same had they had opportunities and had it not been for discriminatory housing policies, specifically exclusionary zoning that segregated them in the Bay Area. By considering upzoning areas throughout the whole city, not just a small strip, Lafayette could become a more diverse and inclusive community than it has been in the past. Over 100 community members have signed on to Inclusive Lafayette's letter, demanding that the city affirm affordable housing development as a positive good, as well as demanding redevelopment of affordable housing outside of the downtown corridor through rezoning. These 100 voices and I once again ask the City Council to make the best informed zoning decisions by exploring the possibility of upzoning outside of the downtown corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Casey.
Okay, next up, we've got Paul Melmid, followed by Chris Lee and Gabriel Newman.
Thank you very much. I'm Paul Melmid from Spring Hill area. I've lived in Lafayette for almost 50 years. Have a business in Lafayette. I've raised 3 children here. And I've seen what's happening in Los Angeles as well. I think his name is Luke Evans, Mr. Evans. You talked about the Whole Foods and the Safeway store. If you look in Los Angeles and some of the same streets that look like Mount Diablo Boulevard, there are 55 units above Trader Joe's, for example. It's not impossible for that to happen where we are. I'm not talking about hundreds, I'm talking about thousands of Lafayette residents want you to fight to regain local control and to challenge HCB and AVAG members. None of us knows what tomorrow is to bring. And the speaker, a couple of speakers before was talking about the pandemic, what might happen over the next couple of years. None of us really know. A costly EIR to look at a distributed versus a downtown scenario being recommended by Greg Wolf and the housing consultant Diana Elrod should be rejected and tabled tonight. Rather, vote to create a moratorium now to 1, not increase the number of buffer units, and 2, to stop approving development bonuses beyond what the minimal figures allow. You now have definitive evidence there is neither a need to upzone anywhere, nor to stack us with excessive buffer units due to the January changes in the state density bonus law. There must have been 15 times I counted, maybe I was wrong in my counting, pretty close to 15 times, where the consultants were saying, well, we're going to wait for GPAC, we got to wait for GPAC, let's see what GPAC says. What about GPAC? We don't know yet. I thought Susan's questions were very, very specific. And we better start looking at individual units as part of this. I think that without a GPAC input, you're neglecting, again, the transparency that's necessary to include the community that lives here now, not outside agencies that are bombarding these phone-ins. Thank you so much for your time. It's a tough job that you have here, but this is not the time to spend excessive money on an EIR looking at 2 scenarios that are not appropriate for us yet until we get community input from GPAC.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker?
Okay, next up, we've got Chris Lee, followed by Gabriel Newman and Colin Elliott.
Hi, everybody. It's Chris Lee. I'm the chair of GPAC, and I'm here to tell you about some tools we have for the community to help in this process. The first is we have 3 remaining community workshops that are scheduled for this Thursday, next Thursday, and the Thursday after. This is where we get to the meat of the issue that we've been talking about tonight. The last 2 meetings in particular, if you can't attend all 3, I would recommend the last 2. One is called Solution Generation, and the other is called Site Identification, where we actually do a deep dive into possible solutions for opportunity sites and specific locations that would accommodate housing units. I also want to mention that on the planlafayette.org website, we have a walking map with an accompanying explanation of different downtown projects that include densities, what zoning it's at, the lot size, the height, and then a few interesting facts about that particular project. So I highly recommend printing that out, walking around downtown, and becoming familiar with what density looks like. So in order to sign up for the community workshops, you'll have to go to planlafayette.org and register. You'll have to register for each community workshop, but I would really ask that you do that and become part of the group that is trying to find solutions and exchanging ideas and being part of the process. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. And that's a great plug. Please, everybody get involved. Thank you. Also, hey, I have a question about those meetings. Are they recorded for people who missed them? Jeff, do you know, or anybody?
Well, I'm going to let Greg answer that one.
My immediate response is yes, they are, and they're posted to planlafayette.org, and I'm going to double check my answer.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Greg. All right. Next up, we have Gabriel Newman and followed by Colin Elliott and Louise.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, esteemed members of the City Council, Mayor Kandel. My name is Gabe Newman. I'm a renter living near Mount Diablo Boulevard, and I'm a board member of Inclusive Lafayette. I'm speaking tonight for 2 reasons. One, I encourage you to study draft scenarios that include a broader area of our city than what is being studied under the downtown corridor or distributed draft scenarios. And 2, I believe it would behoove our communities to start looking at extending existing public transit infrastructure and expanding public transit service. While I understand that the city can add draft scenarios to the ones that it is studying at any point in time, I believe that it would behoove the city and the public to begin the process of studying as early as possible. One of the major benefits of studying environmental impacts through a programmatic EIR is that a programmatic EIR is designed specifically to consider the cumulative impact of many different projects at the same time. It is the perfect kind of study to help us figure out whether some scenarios of upzoning outside the downtown corridor and in neighborhoods farther away from that corridor than those included in the distributed scenarios could in fact provide benefits to traffic congestion, among other important considerations. If we study draft scenarios that include areas farther away from the downtown corridor, we may find that there are hidden benefits to upzoning for duplexes, triplexes, and quads in some neighborhoods. Perhaps we will find that upzoning for these multifamily structures near to public transit infrastructure will mean fewer cars on the road, less pollution, and less traffic congestion. If we don't study scenarios that include as broad an area as possible, we have no way of finding out about hidden benefits like these, and because of incomplete information, the city may move forward with projects that are not as beneficial as they could be to our community. It is also entirely possible that the environmental review process discovers hidden problems and ways to mitigate them. This year's wildfire season is projected to be one of the worst on record. One of the positive externalities of studying draft scenarios is that we learn about wildfire risks in this process as well as the means to mitigate them. If we fail to study draft scenarios extending outside of the downtown corridor, we may overlook potential risks or mitigation techniques that could save lives in the event of a wildfire this season or in future seasons. I believe it is incredibly important and in the public interest to study draft scenarios that include as broad an area as possible. Doing so may provide our city with vital information that we can use to better prepare for wildfire safety and evacuation that will save lives if that becomes necessary this summer. Additionally, I believe that our city needs to make a concerted effort to extend existing public transit infrastructure and expand public transit, walking, and biking programs. I'm aware that there is a circulation element in our general plan that will be addressed more thoroughly at a later date. Housing and transportation, however, are inextricably linked. I believe that it would behoove our city to begin this process to expand public transit, walking, and biking programs as soon as possible in order to benefit all of our residents, but especially to ensure that our infrastructure is prepared to help people like our senior citizens and low-income and very low-income folks who will need to be able to access all parts of our city. If we plan wisely, I have no doubt that with capable staff and careful
Time is up.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
Okay, next up is Colin Elliott, followed by Louise and Salim Damerji. So here's Colin Elliott.
Hopefully that's working.
Yes. And we understand you have 6 minutes, right? Yes.
Yes, Michael
Joanne.
needed some time. So good evening, everyone. I'll try to be brief here. I did send an email to everyone with some numbers earlier today. I don't intend to get into the details of those specifically, but we'll touch on kind of why I did that. But personally, I just want to go back because I think both Greg and Mayor Kandel mentioned this, paradigm shift, if that's an overused phrase, that's kind of happened here in Lafayette, and we've essentially all seen it. Really two things. One, sites that we never thought would be developed, being developed. We talked about corporate terraces. I've got right here the press release when that was sold. And it wasn't, the brokers at the time said it was, a well-maintained office building, 98% leased, had just been renovated. There would be no reason to think something like that would ever get developed and torn down, and yet it has. I think Woodbury Highlands is another similar example, perfectly functional office space. Why is that? It's because there's a couple of things. Obviously, we're in a very heated market where everything has become, particularly residential and condominiums, have become much more profitable. But also, of course, the city did something in 2016-17 where you passed your inclusionary zoning ordinance. That, of course, effectively means that the state density bonus applies automatically. And other cities are seeing this as well. And what most developers do, if they're having to put in a certain amount of affordability, why not trigger that density bonus? And obviously you get some waivers from things like heights as well. So, and I think you're seeing that probably now since January, of course, where the states varied this, and so it's gone to a maximum of 50%. But even at a 5% very low income, you can get a 20% density bonus now automatically. And so that has changed everything. And I do think it's changed what we've seen. We're seeing all the new developments coming in and triggering that. So the reason I'm saying that is that the way we used to look at opportunity sites really back in the day was, vacant land or maybe a piece of land with a tin shack on it or a parking lot or something. We don't need to do that now. We have to think much wider than that. So what I did in this analysis, and I want to thank Diana and Greg, we've had a couple of good calls on this, is take that. I threw in a few extra sites downtown, and Greg, I think we've talked about some of these already that seem logical. And obviously we can have a very spirited debate, and the General Plan Committee is going to look at this specifically. But my point was really to say that, hey, If you do that, and by the way, some of these sites that in your distributed, you put in a 0 under the downtown only, all of those have current zoning that allows some development. So why not look at what they can do currently? Some of them you can do 1, per 10,000 square feet, that kind of stuff. These numbers start adding up. And so I added them up, threw in a few extra sites, and that's how I got to this number that said, I think you can get 2,345 with no upzoning at all. Now, we can have a good debate about that. The issue then is, okay, what do we need about the buffer? And what I think a better way to look at this and a better way to look at the CEQA is to say, let's not get into upzoning, whether it's upzoning downtown or elsewhere. And I think this is what Mayor Candel was getting at. Let's look at a number, for instance, 3,000 units. I think it doesn't need to be more than, say, 2,600 personally. I think that's enough of a buffer. And then instruct the EIR consultants, let's take that. Let's assume that that gets built in this certain area, define what that is. What is the environmental impacts of that? That's a much easier CEQA analysis to do than to tell them that you're going to upzone downtown or you're going to upzone, because I think, as Mayor Candel was pointing out, that inevitably raises an issue of, well, what about other sites? Are you really looking at the full cumulative impact if you do an upzoning like that? So my position is you can actually get there with the current zoning you've got, particularly with the density bonus. And I acknowledge that getting the state to agree that part of that's included in our analysis gets tricky, and we'll have to finesse that. But I think you can show, as Greg said, a track record of developers coming in and using it. And it's, of course, it's in your own ordinance as well. So you've sort of written it into your local code. I think you can get there. But you don't have to tell your EIR consultant, you don't have to tell Luke, hey, go away and assume this amount of upzoning here or this amount of upzoning there. I think it's far better to just instruct him with a number. We don't know how we're going to get there. We can have a really great and an interesting discussion over where the sites are. And if at the end of that process, you decide there's a couple of sites that you do need to upzone, so be it, right? But you're still sticking, all you're trying to get to is a number. And that number, as Diana said, what that buffer is, we can debate, right? It could be 600 units. It could be, take you up to 3,000 units. Those are the two parameters you need to set for the EIR consultant. Don't get specific about how you're going to upzone or whether you're going to upzone at all. Give him the numbers, let him go and do that analysis. It's far easier to do and it's far more defensible. And that's really it for me right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? So yeah.
All right, so our next speaker is Louise. And yeah, I'm sorry.
Can I have a question to Luke on that? Related to that, is that the approach that you would prefer? Is that a more reasonable, defensible EIR you'd be creating?
Well, I think the issue here is, the first thing that comes to mind is when we talk about, for instance, traffic impacts, we have to assign a particular area where the traffic is going to be generated. And if we just say generally we're going to add 2,000 units to the city, we really can't come up with a proper analysis of what that traffic would look like. So that's just one example where that method would be problematic. So we need to, as I said earlier, we don't have to get onto a parcel by parcel basis. So we need to at least have a general sense of where this development could occur in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, our next speaker is Louise, who will be followed by Salim Damerji, who's then followed by Silvana. So here's Louise. All right, Louise, you're on, so please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Louise Yale, Y-A-L-E. I'm a Lafayette homeowner since 2001. I live in the Lafayette Orchards area. This is Willow Street, Walnut, Dyer, and Woodland Way. And I want to point out that this area should not be upzoned. I'm requesting that this area be removed from consideration as an area to be studied for upzoning. And these are some of the reasons. I could go on, but primarily the streets are very narrow. They're already crowded with the residents' cars. Parking is already very limited. Woodland Way borders Lafayette Creek. Homeowners along Woodland Way are required by their mortgage lenders to carry flood insurance. It simply is not compatible with multiple housing. The streets are not thoroughfares. They're boxed in. Woodland Way itself is only 1 block long. Preserve some low density established neighborhoods like Lafayette Orchards. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Salim Damerji is joining us now, and they're followed by Silvana and Nicole Prozon. Here's Salim.
Hi. Thank you for the chance to speak, and also thank you for pronouncing my name just like spot on. Even the last name, like that never happens. So I want to thank the consultants for their great work. I'm Salim, and to me, this housing element update means a lot. So when this next RHNA cycle ends, I'm going to be 35. Most of my friends will probably be married and trying to find a home to settle down in. And this next housing element cycle will decide whether all of us can stay in the Bay Area or if this housing crisis will get worse. So this update means a lot to me personally. And if there's one thing I can leave you with, it's that this site inventory won't be enough if you don't consider the likelihood of development. So you can look at page 20 of HCD's site inventory guidebook. The key phrase is realistic development capacity. Nominal capacity is not enough. It used to be, like in previous RHNA cycles, but now HCD is quite clear. You need to show that there's realistic development capacity. And colloquially, that means that there has to be a likelihood of development. You can see that in the example realistic capacity calculation on page 22, cities only get RHNA credit proportional to the probability of development on a given site. So there's like one basic way that HCD gives for calculating that likelihood of development. And they say, quote, report the proportion of parcels in the previous housing element site inventory that were developed during the previous planning period, end quote. So only 4 sites in your last inventory were developed. And that adds up to a 15.3% likelihood of development that you can use towards calculating the realistic capacity of your new sites. And you can improve that figure by reducing constraints, but even still, you're only satisfying a fraction of your RHNA with this inventory. And that's not even talking about the BART station. So just doing some back of the envelope math, with a 50% buffer, you would still need 3 times the current capacity in the site inventory. So that's 50% plus 3 times 15.3%, that's like 96%, not quite 100%, but I'm sure with reducing constraints on housing supply, you can get there. So I just hope that that gets taken into account. The likelihood of development is extremely important, and based on the track record in Lafayette, parcels in the site inventory are not highly likely to be developed. They have a 15.3% likelihood of being developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank
All right,
you.
Silvana's joining us now, followed by Nicole Prozon and then Vince DeAlo. So here's Silvana.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Silvana Moichanu, and I'm a longtime Lafayette resident, having grown up in the Lafayette Hills area on Rancho View Drive near Briones. I've also gone to Spring Hill and Stanley, but then later went to Campo. So now I'm finishing my last year of college, and I'm back at home in Lafayette. I've gotten a chance to get more involved with my community by tutoring, nannying, and enjoying the public parks with my dog, Moose. So nannying and tutoring, while they did online school, gave me some insight on how important diversity is in Lafayette. My partner, who is Black, his name is Tony, feels uncomfortable coming to the city of Lafayette. He lives out in Oakland because he feels more comfortable there, having previously been in Marin County. I also had a student once tell me that no Black people are allowed in my home. This is 2021 and she's 9. Lafayette has a history of past segregation, segregation caused and perpetuated by discriminatory housing practices, and it still shows. It's time for Lafayette to address this past by looking at it more closely. Also, by 2030, Lafayette will need to include about 2,114 units in the city. So I encourage the city to look into other areas for constructing homes. Happy Valley seems like a good spot. It's near BART and provides easy walking and biking access to public transportation, aligning with California's green initiatives. Also, by increasing access to housing for people like me who have been priced out of Lafayette's housing, I'll be able to stay out of housing markets that are currently contributing to the homeless crisis in areas like Berkeley and Oakland. I encourage the city council to study upzoning outside of the downtown corridor because doing so will help ensure that our city is inclusive, not only in the downtown area, but also in as many places as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Savannah.
All right, Nicole Prozon is going to join us, then Vince Diallo and David Clark. And by the way, I want to make a note, coming up, we have 2 Jeremy Levines. So if it is someone other than Jeremy Levine on one of those lines, if you could change your name, because we can't have you come on twice. So just a note to check your machine. All right, Nicole Prozon's coming now.
Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Nicole Prozan. I'm a current freshman at UC Berkeley, and I grew up in Happy Valley. I attended Happy Valley, Stanley, and Acalanes. I'm speaking to you tonight in hopes that you will vote to study areas outside the city's downtown corridor for upzoning in the city's draft scenarios. We need to work towards creating an inclusive, environmentally conscious city and to build housing outside of just the downtown corridor. We won't be able to do so unless we study other areas. I love this town and feel so grateful to have grown up here. Even though right now I'm only a 20-minute drive away in Berkeley, moving away from Lafayette for college has made me appreciate this town, the schools, and the people that much more. I really hope that more people in the future are able to experience this amazing town. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
All right, Vince Diallo is going to join us, then David Clark, and one of the 2 Jeremy Levines. Here's Vince. Okay, we're gonna, as I said, you probably fell asleep there. You had to wait so long. All right, next up is David Clark, and then one of the 2 Jeremy Levines, followed by Margot Marcelli. If Vince wants to come back in, come on back and raise your hand. Here's David. David Clark, are you out there? There he is. Okay, David, go ahead, please. We got 18 more people behind you.
Unmute, David.
Okay. That was slow. I'm sorry. I have no idea what that was all about. But and thank you, Jeff. Yes, I'm awake. I think Diana said this was a numbers exercise. So to some extent, I've got a couple of comments about numbers. The lines on each of those charts with respect to scattered sites reflect the number of units that is 25, 30% of the total. I think just as a method, as a presentation, that we heard earlier that the terraces, between the terraces and the ADUs, I think account for 555 units out of that. In one case, 642, and the other 782. Huh? Oh.
You don't need to if you don't want to.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm not quite sure where that. Oh, it's right here. Anyway, I think it would be helpful to have that those two items specified specifically because they comprise the bulk of that what is otherwise a big number that with no identification. The other thing I wanted to chat about a little bit was Mayor Kendall brought up and discussed quite a bit about the zero opportunity site acres and the zero designations there. In addition to that, there are a couple, Village Center in particular, and then Oakwood, each of those, they're not zeros, they each have a designated number, but they're quite different. When you look at the acreage for Village Center, it's 35 acres. The acreage for Oakwood is 19, but the opportunity site acres for Oakwood is 18, whereas the opportunity site acreage for Village Center is 0.48. So they're obviously different. There's a reason for those differences. I assume there's backup for that. There must be backup for that, but I think it would be helpful, maybe in a footnote, to disclose what that difference is. My guess is with Oakwood, it's open space and it's immediately available. And I really don't know in Village Center what the 0.48 acres is. I assume that maybe there are 2 lots open in that area that, as opposed to a projection for future use. One last thing, in Village Center, there is a small area in there that's zoned MRP. And I don't know, you might want to take a look at that to make sure that by going to 20, the proposed density of 20, that's not a down zone with respect to MRP. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
All right, one of the 2 Jeremy Levines is going to join us, followed by the other Jeremy Levine, and then by Margot Marcellini. So Jeremy, this first 20 seconds as I move you in is going to be on me. And the question is, who is the mystery Jeremy Levine? Is it another person?
I'm Tess. That's interesting because
okay, it's Tess. Hold on, Tess. Let's change your name then so we know.
Yeah, my profile says that it's me, so this is interesting.
Okay,
cool.
cool.
It won't let me rename myself. I think that must be a setting.
There you go. You're all in.
Cool. So, hello, I'm Tess. I am a resident of Lafayette. I grew up in Lafayette, attended Lafayette Elementary, Stanley Middle School, and Ocalanis, and I'm currently living in Lafayette on Moraga Road. And I am here to make a comment to strongly request that you all vote or commit yourselves to thinking critically and sincerely about including areas outside of the downtown corridor for upzoning in the city's draft scenarios. I think this is an important thing to do because this will help ensure that our city has inclusive housing options, not only in the downtown corridor, but as many places across Lafayette as possible. And that this will also additionally spread out the quote unquote burden for infrastructure reasons as well. I've heard a lot of community members concerned that their one area of the city will be overly burdened with new housing. And I think it's just a community practice to, help and reach out and lighten the load for everyone. Additionally, more development in other areas as is safe and appropriate after, sending these draft scenarios and finding out if these areas would be safe and appropriate will be crucial to Lafayette fulfilling its both legal and moral obligations to welcoming more housing in our town. And I do believe it's also our duty as current residents of Lafayette to strive to address and rectify the history of segregation in our town. And I believe allowing the chances for more diverse and affordable housing options to be built in Lafayette is a start. Not that it's the be all end all, but like a step in the right direction that I think it needs to be explored sincerely and with curiosity instead of preconceived notions about what that means for our town. I really want people from diverse backgrounds, meaning not just diversity in terms of race or ethnicity, but also socioeconomic status, background, life experiences, to be able to call Lafayette home and experience all the things I was able to experience as a kid growing up in Lafayette and be able to have all those opportunities. And I believe voting to include areas outside the downtown corridor in the city's draft scenarios is a good step in the right direction. But again, no means the only step we as the city should take. So thank you for your time. Especially I want to thank city staff again. I know Casey before, but really doing a great job, and for everyone involved with that. But yeah, that's all I have for my comment. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
All right, now that we've figured out who the first Jeremy Levine was, and in fact it was Tess, let's see who the second mystery Jeremy Levine is. Will be followed by Margot Marcellini and then Tara Lawson. So let's see, revealed. Is it the real Jeremy Levine? All right, Jeremy, show yourself. It is. All right, dude. All right, you're on.
Yeah, the real Jeremy Levine. You all know me. Good to see you. I have two goals for our city's draft scenarios. I want to produce a housing element that supports a high quality of life for current and future residents throughout our community. I want Lafayette to minimize legal risk and maximize local control in the face of relatively new state laws. Today, I am going to focus on the second priority, minimizing risk, maximizing control. A number of community members have suggested that in its draft scenarios, the city should not plan for a large housing buffer above our RENA allocations. Most of these community members seem unaware of new state laws from the past 5 years or determined to misinterpret them. These community members are using generic tactics for delaying and resisting housing that they seem to truly believe will protect us from new development. In reality, though, state law has created a set of incentives that mean Lafayette will minimize risk and maximize local control by increasing the buffer in our draft scenarios above the current level. That's because not only do we need to consider state regulations, such as no net loss provisions, and create a compliant housing element, we must plan to create realistic conditions for housing to be built over the next decade. Because even if we produce a valid housing element, new state laws like SB 35 mean significant new development must actually occur in Lafayette over the next decade. If we fail to do so, the state will have strong legal grounds to take away the city's discretionary authority over new development. Blatant attempts to stall or prevent development, such as proposals to eliminate a buffer in our draft scenarios, used to actually work. Today, with new state laws, such short-sighted attempts might just be the best way to ultimately bring poorly planned, hazardous development into our community. I much prefer that we get to plan for this new housing through the general plan process today than have it imposed upon us later by HCD. If the GPAC and the City Council intend to make informed decisions about where development will occur, then you must have information about the impacts of new development throughout our community. The only way to acquire such information is by submitting draft scenarios for study that include more housing in more places than current proposals. In conclusion, please increase the buffer, expand the draft scenarios, protect our community from legal liability for the next decade. Thank you for your time tonight. I know it's a long meeting, and as always, for your dedication to our community well-being. And Diana Elrod, Greg Wolf, killing it as always on the facts. Just great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Right now.
All right, Margot Marcellini is joining us, followed by Tara Larson and then Rocky. So here's Margot.
Hello, everyone. My name is Margot Marcellini, and I want to thank Mayor Kandel and members of the City Council and staff and consultants. I have been on this call since 6 o'clock, so I've learned a lot about our city and all the great details and thought that goes into trying to figure out these really complex issues for our community. I want to echo the comments made by my neighbors, Gwen Lysons and Louise Yale, and some of my other neighbors will be speaking next. We have lived in our neighborhood for 30 years and we're on the creek. So we have worked hard to refurbish and upgrade our own wonderful little house where we all live here. All my college kids are living here with us. We're a multi-generational house, and I know that many of our young people are really looking for affordable housing. 2 of us work in our local schools and special education, and I know this really hasn't been a discussion, but maybe please consider the impact on our schools as we invite so many more people into our communities. I love our little neighborhood. I included a picture on my earlier letter which shows my car and a big truck, and on our road there's about this much gap in between to pass through. So our little street on the creek, the geography and the old street really isn't quite built for multi-story, earthquake safe numbers of housing. I'm hoping we can find other areas in our great community to help us find the solution here. Thank you for listening.
Oh, thank you so much. Any questions for the speaker?
Okay,
No.
Tara Lawson's going to join the meeting now, followed by Rocky and La Mott. Here's Tara Lawson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tara Larson, and I live in the Lafayette Orchards neighborhood off of Mount Diablo Boulevard. And I want to second everything that Anushka Wardy and Paul Melmed said earlier in their statements. We own our home here, so we are property taxpayers. And I wonder if the proponents of upzoning and the groups lobbying City Council to upzone pay property taxes here in Lafayette. And if those proponents have listed their neighborhoods to be the first on the list for upzoning, will those lobbyists be directly affected by upzoning here in Lafayette? I love our neighborhood because it's quiet and it's an established single-family neighborhood. I love that my daughter can safely play in the street with the neighbor kids with minimal traffic. There is no thoroughfare in our neighborhood. Our house backs up to the creek, which is different from other streets in town that are already zoned as multifamily. Upzoning our neighborhood creates a dangerous situation in regards to emergency egress. This is not minimizing risk and is not creating a safe, diverse, and inclusive neighborhood for everyone. We heard tonight that this is not a parcel by parcel decision, but it is, and it is a very expensive process. The number of high density housing units that would be created from rezoning our little neighborhood is too insignificant to make a difference in the bottom line of the overall numbers and does not justify rezoning an established neighborhood. Please take Lafayette Orchards off the list of neighborhoods to study. Thank you for listening to our concerns.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
Okay, next up is Rocky, La Mott, and Judy. Here's Rocky right now. All right, Rocky, you're on.
I'm unmuting.
Thank you
so much. Good evening, Mayor Kandel, members of the council. My name is James Rockefeller. I live at 1024 Willow Drive in the Lafayette Orchards neighborhood. I'm currently the president of the Lafayette Orchards Homeowners Association. And to a neighbor, we all urge the council to eliminate our neighborhood from consideration for upzoning. We'd like very much to keep our neighborhood as the single family neighborhood that it is, although it has limited infrastructure. In fact, we don't even meet the fire code. We have houses that are more than 650 feet away from the nearest hydrant, and we haven't been successful in getting that fixed. We have no sidewalks, no street lights, but we all have a real need to keep our neighborhood intact the way it is. And I didn't know until tonight, thanks to your meeting, that once you upzone an area, it's nearly impossible to downzone it. So that has me concerned quite a bit. We have a lot of kids in the neighborhood, over 20 currently, under the age of 12, and they love to play in the street. We're very protective of that. We'd really like to keep that. So please exclude us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
All right, very good. Here's Lala Mott, followed by Judy, and Cheryl McDonald will be following Judy. Lala Mott. All right, Lala Mott.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Laura Lamott, and I live on Carroll Lane in the transition zone that's inconsiderate. Oh my gosh, I'm having a tough time. I live on Carroll Lane in the transition zone in consideration to be upzoned. The process of selecting potential building sites leaves my future plans for my home in jeopardy, as well as for my neighbors. My neighborhood, if it becomes too overbuilt and crowded, will be a place where I will not want to live. In the meantime, various important home improvements that we are planning on doing will need to go on hold until it is clear what will happen to my neighborhood. And that could take years. So I will be in limbo. My husband and I bought our house 25 years ago. At that time, our home cost was at the very bottom of the market. My neighborhood was one of the most affordable neighborhoods in Lafayette, and it still is today. So why upzone and change the more affordable homes in an old established neighborhood for more housing, some which may be more expensive than the existing housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No.
All right, super. Here comes Judy, followed by Cheryl McDonald and Meg O'Day, or O'Dia. I'm not sure which. Here's Judy. Go ahead, Judy. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay. Hello, my name is Rich Voss. I'm on Dyer Drive in the Orchards, and I'd like you to reconsider the Orchards as a opportunity buffer for consideration. It's not really an ideal site. It's an existing all single-family residence area, less than 1 acre lots, has little infrastructure. We have narrow streets, poor fire and evacuation access, no direct freeway access. We're over a mile away from BART, and half of the Orchards is in the FEMA flood zone. There's minimal gains achieved by considering this area for an opportunity buffer. You get less than 1% of your need in housing. A better opportunity would be the BART site for higher density. It's closer to mass transit. It's within walking distance of downtown business and amenities. It is in the fire resistance zone, but that can be overcome by good design and fire resistant materials. And it's the fire line is an arbitrary line just established by the freeway by somebody with a marker. That can be moved to Deer Hill Road and be effective. So in finalizing it, I wish you would reconsider removing the Orchards from the distributed operating buffer and put BART in the downtown area for consideration. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
Great. Here's Cheryl McDonald, followed by Meg O'Day or Dia. We'll get that corrected, I'm sure. And then Steve Rogness. Here's Cheryl McDonald.
Okay, can you hear me? I've unmuted.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I think our neighbors have done a really good job of communicating. I learned a little bit from Rich Foster and others saying that we're in the flood zone, and that was really interesting. And I think that should be warranted, especially with the creeks right behind us. And we do have a lot of water that comes down to the creeks that goes down our road. So I totally get why we're in that zone. Oh, I just lost my notes. I do support BART being put in both scenarios, not just one scenario. I don't understand why we only have two proposals being presented to the IRR consultant. I do believe that the percentages does not need to be in the 50 or 60. I need to have more evidence on that. I think it could be lower. One thing that I thought was really of interest that I learned is that the fifth cycle properties that were not proposed or not developed on could be put towards the sixth cycle. So for example, as far as I know, Cresco on the East End business was not built upon. So that's a pretty big property, and that housing unit could go to the sixth cycle as the other ones that were not developed. So that helps bring down some of our numbers and sites because they're already we already have put them in the fifth cycle and they would go to the sixth cycle. I want to say something about our area. If you were to look at Lafayette as a whole and go to Happy Valley, Spring Hill, Release, Burton Valley, and then look at us, our area is definitely much more in the affordable area of Lafayette. We have many small bungalows on small lots. And small yards, and we love it the way it is. We moved here for that reason, and we love the charm, and we want to maintain, as the rest of Lafayette starts to develop, have some areas that remind us of what Lafayette was and keep the charm here. So please, I'm encouraging keeping the proposal of maybe the property across from the health club and maybe the one on Moraga Road, it's St. Mary's and BART as consideration, and look for other opportunity sites outside of our little neighborhood for all the reasons that other neighbors have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No. All right.
Okay, Meg O'Day or Dia, please let us know how you pronounce that. Is coming up next, followed by Steve Rogness, and finally Benjamin Levine is circled back around. Here's Meg.
Hi, I'm Meg O'Day Reed. Grew up in Lafayette, raised my kids in Lafayette. I'm also in Orchards in the neighborhood. I concur with the previous neighbors requesting it to be removed, and mostly because it doesn't, as you guys put it, make a big impact on your overall numbers. And I'm also very curious to hear more about Colin Elliott's proposal of a lot of the units not having to be upzoned, or the areas, and really looking at those. And I think Oakwood would merit some more review, the property, the De Silva property, rather than our little area. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
All right, very good. Here's Steve Rogness, followed by Benjamin Levine, and then Robert L.
Hello, my name is Steve Rogness. There we go. My name is Steve Rogness, and I live in the Lafayette Orchards, and I've lived in this area, in this neighborhood for 50 years. I don't have any special script. I just really want to request that you take this neighborhood off the list to be studied. I really enjoy this community in this area. It's got a woodlands setting, as some of the other of my neighbors have spoken about. And it's just really not, if you would walk through this neighborhood, I think you'd see that it's really not the right neighborhood to be upzoned. It doesn't have the infrastructure. It's in a flood zone. There's no fire hydrants. The streets are narrow. I think you've been hearing this kind of repetitively, so I'm just reinforcing that, and I just would really request that you take this neighborhood off the list. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
All right, Benjamin Levine's going to join us, followed by Robert L. and then Allison Hill. Benjamin Levine, come on in. All right, Benjamin, where are you? There you go.
Hello. My name is Benji Levine. I am a resident of Laurel Drive and the Deer Hill neighborhood and a Inclusive Lafayette member. And so I'm also here to propose that we look into zoning areas outside of the downtown core and surrounding neighborhoods. Is it okay if I share my screen for a moment?
Go ahead. But you got, remember, you got 3 minutes, so make it quick.
Because okay, never mind. My screen is not going to share. In any case, the area that we're currently looking in the distributed plan is only 5% of the area of Lafayette. And I think there's pretty significant benefits if we look into zoning areas, clusters of homes outside of immediately surrounding the downtown core. Some of these benefits, if we actually distribute like these clusters of density around town, then we can look into benefits including, access to public transit that can go from one cluster to another and really support that. And then access to public and semi-public spaces that can only be found around, higher density housing like cafes and courtyards. And even a bigger concern is if we cluster all the multifamily and therefore affordable housing in the downtown core, that's going to put all the affordable housing in one place. And because of the tremendous wealth gap in our country, that means all of the poor people and people of color will be in one place, which is a continued form of segregation. And if we maintain the vast majority of the land as single family houses on large plots. And this will also mean all the affordable housing is clustered around the things like roads, the busy roads and freeways, instead of being spread out around the neighborhoods where they can, bring benefits to the residents and the surrounding communities. I just think it just makes sense to not have all the housing in one place, to spread it around, not overburden any one region's infrastructure, and make a really inclusive and vibrant town in all of the neighborhoods, fully utilizing our resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
Robert L. is going to join us now. Allison Hill will follow Robert, and then Jamie Salcedo, I believe is the pronunciation. Robert L., please join the meeting.
Hello again. My name is Robert Lavoie, and oh shoot, I just covered up my notes. I'm a 31-year resident of Lafayette, 3 kids in the schools here. I work at home, and we still make multiple trips a day. The idea that public transit would change this, I don't think is really practical. And for those of you who had more than 2 kids, I think you understand that.
Hey, Robert, I'm going to jump in. You either have a TV, radio, or there's someone talking in the background. It's making it a little bit difficult to hear you. I think your message would be clearer if you could somehow get the sound a little bit better.
Right. Is that better? Sorry.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't know if you guys saw the information about the California population from the census. California is losing a representative, and it's clearly evidence of the exodus from the state. I think these numbers need to be pushed down, and hopefully we'll be able to get some information about our county in the next couple of weeks. If we took, if the population is down 10% and we use the last RENA allocation, we'd be at what, like 600 or 700 units that are needed. I think that's a lot more realistic. A question for Luke: is the Moraga RENA allocation considered in our CEQA analysis? Because probably 67% of those people that are added to Moraga are going to drive through Lafayette, and most of them go by my house, so I'm quite aware of that. Finally, I would like to comment on the idea of inclusive housing and affordable housing. It's not really economical to build low-income housing in Lafayette without creating a housing welfare program. And who's going to fund that? I think it's presumptuous and condescending to assume that if you have cheaper homes, you're going to get more diversity and more people of color. People will make their own choices on where they want to live based on their budget and their family needs. Some people may not want to choose a tiny house in Lafayette versus a nice size home in a different community. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much. Do you have any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
I'm just wondering, does Luke want to answer his question about Moraga?
Yeah, I was going to ask it later too. So yeah.
Sure, I can ask that. That would be particularly for traffic, which was what the commenter was addressing. That would be part of the cumulative scenario. We'd look at all the various projects that are ongoing or proposed or reasonably foreseeable. So that would in fact be considered as part of the analysis.
Thank you.
Excellent, thanks. All right, Allison Hill is going to be coming in right now, followed by Jamie sorry, I'm getting tired. Saucedo, and then Janet Thomas. Here's Allison Hill.
Good evening. Thank you. Am I being heard?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. What I would like to talk about is the inclusion of the BART parking lots. And I know that they are not being included at this time, but they would be ideally suited for affordable housing. Expensive land, inflated building material costs, and inadequate state subsidies are constant challenges to affordable development in California, and especially in Lafayette. BART has set an ambitious target of 35% affordability for developments at its stations as part of its transit-oriented development work plan. To help meet this goal, they've implemented a plan to lease their land to developers at discounted rates in exchange for income-restricted units. Even without this optional bonus, AB 2923 requires that 20% of units at BART-adjacent developments be reserved for low and very low-income renters. Although BART doesn't include Lafayette in its short-term development work plan, Its latest draft has designated Lafayette as a site for, quote, prioritizing high levels of affordable housing if it is to be developed. If traffic and fire safety experts find that building at the BART lots is safe, upzoning the site would also help mitigate the traffic and climate impacts of new development. By building affordable homes adjacent to the downtown core and public transit, Lafayette can promote car-free lifestyles for its new residents. I do hope you will consider those factors. What I should have said at the beginning, but didn't, is that I'm a homeowner in Lafayette. I have lived in Lafayette for over 50 years, and I'm a member of Inclusive Lafayette. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No. Thank you, Allison.
Very good. Jamie Salcido, followed by Janet Thomas, and then Lindsay Brown. Here's Jamie.
Good evening, Lafayette City Council. I've really been enjoying the dialogue this evening. I'm Jamie Salcido, and I live in a neighboring city called Walnut Creek, where I am a homeowner, and I pay very hefty property taxes as a newer resident, but I love visiting Lafayette, going for walks around the reservoir, enjoying some of the restaurants and family-friendly activities, visiting the Lafayette Library. It's a beautiful area with a wonderful quality of life, high quality public schools, and convenient proximity to BART to efficiently get to jobs. I urge you to consider not just the residents who live in Lafayette today, but to consider future generations who will live in the Bay Area and the impacts your decisions will have on their quality of life. My husband and I graduated from top-tier universities. We both have successful professional careers, each with six-figure salary jobs. And I say this not to brag, but we should be the type of prospective residents any city would want to welcome into their community, at least based on superficial socioeconomic metrics. But we couldn't find housing in Lafayette when we looked in 2016 while I was pregnant with our daughter, and we were pushed out further to Walnut Creek. Meanwhile, others who may not have our financial resources are pushed even further out to East Contra Costa County or even beyond there, which is horrible in terms of our climate crisis, leads to congestion on our freeways, is so hard on working families who have massive commutes, and perpetuates historically racist redlining and exclusionary zoning. I really encourage the council to further study options that allow greater flexibility to accommodate a diversity of housing choices, like duplexes, mixed-use buildings, and multifamily development within the city's jurisdiction, and reducing areas that are exclusionary to only single-family detached dwellings. Don't worry, your city is not going to turn into Manhattan, but we all have a responsibility to respond to the housing crisis and the climate crisis, and take a look at the regional role that we all play. If every neighborhood and city continues to be hostile to upzoning and new development, the crisis in the Bay Area and really all across the West Coast will become greater, to the point where our economic vibrancy could be at risk, and subsequently our overall quality of life. We already have encampments of unsheltered people all along the coast, people who are struggling throughout our communities. Every city needs to play a role in being a part of the solution. When my daughter grows up, I'd like her to live in a community that is welcoming, diverse, vibrant, and equitable, and environmentally sustainable. And I hope one of those welcoming communities will be Lafayette. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions for the speaker?
All right, Janet Thomas is joining us now, followed by Lindsay Brown, and Vince is back. Vince DeAllo. Here's Janet Thomas.
You're muted.
Thank you. First of all, I'm Janet Thomas. I've lived here for 37 years, and I think I love my neighborhood as much as those in the orchards. It sounds like a wonderful place to live. But I found this conversation very informative, and just want to say, after doing some study, I read the staff reports. I'm pretty knowledgeable about the housing situation. I want to voice my support for having ER studies, both the downtown area and also in the distributed scenario for development. And I would support ER studies certainly in other areas in Lafayette if they showed a lot of potential for our community. I think there has been a change, as Susan mentioned early on, a quantum leap kind of in the way that people look at housing. As you can see from the young people here, certainly my two children have moved to Lafayette recently. Many of their friends are looking to buy in Lafayette, and they see neighborhoods a little differently than we. They want a close community, but it doesn't necessarily have to look just like our communities have looked over the years here. So there is a bit of a change. I've learned three things today that I think are really important, and I don't have a lot of time, I know. And one is that this report is really timely and necessary, and that is just iterative, as Diane has mentioned many times. It's not, we're not making decisions tonight, but it will give us information to make better decisions. It hasn't taken our local control away. It's obvious to me that the GPAC will make specific decisions after extensive analysis, and it is important really to have more information. I think it's really important that the city, in looking at any development, I hope that our wonderful city maintains its local control over what is built. We'd all like more affordable housing. I know we can't necessarily mandate the cost, but we can actually, I think, provide developers with probably some guidelines that would help us all move in a direction we would like towards more affordable, attractive houses that maintain our family community character with open spaces. So I look forward to hearing what the analyses are. And being part of the GPAC process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
Lindsey Brown's going to join us now, followed by Vince Diallo and then Dennis O'Brien. Here's Lindsey.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, great. So my name's Lindsey Brown. I'm in Lafayette Orchids, along with many of my neighbors who've already spoken tonight. And I want to support I agree with my neighbors that I don't think that Lafayette Orchids should belong in this review. If our neighborhood was upzoned, sorry, I'm really tired tonight. If our neighborhood was upzoned, it would completely change the character of the neighborhood. Let's say once one person, sold a parcel to a developer or whatever. This is a fully built out neighborhood of single family homes. And it would just be a drastic change. And it just we don't have sidewalks. We have narrow streets. We don't have drainage. We don't have lights. It just doesn't really make sense. That being said, I'm not someone who is against development or affordable housing, and I would love to have more diversity in this town. And I think that there's a way to do what you want to do without having this particular tiny little neighborhood, which would have very little impact on your numbers, but a huge impact on all of our lives. It just doesn't belong in this review. A block away, on Mount Diablo, and just right off of Mount Diablo, there are tons of underutilized sites that could be developed. And some of those could be affordable housing. So I'm not saying not in my backyard. That is almost in my backyard. But I'm saying, when we all have our houses that are already developed, it's our neighborhood character has been established. To all of a sudden, there could be these large apartment buildings right in our on our block. That's a huge change. So I will hope that you will remove Lafayette Orchids. It's just a really quiet neighborhood, dead end streets. All kids around the neighborhood come and practice their biking and scootering skills. That's the kind of place it is. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the speaker? No, thank you.
Vince Diallo, welcome back, and thank you for being patient. You're coming up next, and then you're followed by Dennis O'Brien and Christopher. Here's Vince. All right, Vince, your moment's arrived. Go for it.
Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, good evening, and I know it's late, so this is quick. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I sent a letter in regarding the piece of property at the northeast quadrant of Pleasant Hill Road and Olympic, which is an 11-acre parcel. And I realized that would be a scattered unit site. But the owners of the site asked me to represent them by writing this letter that arrived at 120. So I want to put it in the record that site be looked at, as a scattered unit site for one of the alternatives. And that's really all I have.
Great, thank you. So are you saying that you are representing the owner's desire to include it in our housing element?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just making it clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Dennis O'Brien's going to join us, followed by Christopher, and then Adrian Lee, and those are the last three hands that are raised. Dennis O'Brien, come on in.
Thank you very much. The reason I'm speaking tonight is two reasons. One is kind of listening to all of the people of Lafayette about their concerns about their neighborhoods and being impacted by the upcoming general plan update and what it means to their neighborhoods. And secondly is because of, Michael Griffith speaking and other people that support Save Lafayette. And I don't know if most of the public knows that the terraces, which we represent, which is 315 apartment units, 63 which are affordable, now become very important units to be built in terms of the city's next RENA allocations. They probably represent 15% of the next allocations. And the city has been sued, and we have been sued by Michael Griffiths and Scott Summers and Guy Atwood and Laurel Stanley and these people. And our site is a vacant site, and it doesn't displace any jobs. It presents 63 affordable units, family units. It presents a link to BART. And I think it's really important that it is part of the discussion on the general plan update and not forgotten or not presumed that it is going to be built. If it's not built, this piece of property it goes to a new zoning of 14 single family homes that would be $2 to $3 million homes, no affordable homes, no 63 units of affordable homes, no apartments for people that work in Lafayette. My request is that the City Council and Mayor Kandel support a resolution that would ask, that Save Lafayette drop their lawsuit on the terraces against the city and against our company. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker?
All right, Christopher's joining the meeting, followed by Adrian Lee. And that's all the speakers we're going to have.
Hi, thanks for staying late. Appreciate it. I'll try and be quick. The last speaker, we might want to do a fact check. I thought I'd heard on a previous meeting that some of these homes that are getting built previously can't be included in the RENA numbers. And maybe it's only when the shovel starts digging dirt it counts, but you might want to just check that for the record. I'm sure Luke knows. But I had a couple points. One, I'd love to see any new buildings, large buildings in the city include retail, maybe some commercial restaurants. I've made this comment once before, at least. I'm only going into the city, probably one day a week when I start going back to work. And many of my friends in Lafayette are doing the same. I'm a resident. I live in Moraga Boulevard. I've been here for 6 years. People aren't going to be going back to the city. Not people in their 30s and 40s. Most professionals, we're going to be working from home. And I think what you're probably seeing is more people are going to leave the Bay Area because they want bigger homes. They want to, people now don't have to go to the office. They don't have to commute. They're going to want space, which is what, Lafayette has, which is wonderful. So I would say, and this relates to the buffer, which is, and I think Susan made a wonderful point, was this, if you rezone stuff, it sounds like you can't unzone it, or it's really hard to undo that. I think we're going to see people, population changing, and we're going to see people move other places. And I think the BART parking would be great to do that. But if you double down and have many places rezoned and upzoned, we may not be able to undo it. And we're probably going to see some significant population shifts, right? I mean, this is the second pandemic in the last 100 years. Who knows what's going to happen? But man, I do not think people are going back to work. And I bet you, those of you that have jobs, you probably know you're not going back on BART, not going to go back to the work 5 days a week, maybe 1 or 2 days a week. So please consider that. Please minimize your buffer. Try and not overdo this so we don't have overages we can't underdo. I would love to see the BART site built up. If we got to do something, let's make it dense and do it there. And I actually have a lot of sympathy for the folks in this community. I'm in the Trails neighborhood. My in-laws actually bought a house. They live on a street across from the creek from those communities. And I don't know if you know this, that creek, there's otters that live there, river otters, and all sorts of wildlife. It's an amazing place. My friends' kids play in the water there, and it would be a shame to see more housing built up on the creek and to see what sort of impact that would have on the creek. And of course, there's environmental rules about not building there, but that's a really special place. And I don't live in that community. Fair enough that I have family that live across the river from there, but I just or the creek, but try and, I would say, minimize individual impact as much as we can. Let's find large locations, maybe some of these old commercial places, and redo them.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? No. Okay, thank you.
All right, Adrian Lee is going to join us, and after her, we don't have any other hands raised. So Adrian Lee, thank you for your patience. Please join the meeting now.
Hi, thank you for your patience. Hey everyone, good evening. Thank you all for your time this evening. My name is Adrian Lee, and I grew up in Lafayette, having attended Spring Hill, Stanley, and Acalanes. I am a member of Inclusive Lafayette, and if you recognize my face, you aren't seeing double. Casey Lee, who commented earlier tonight, is actually my twin. But tonight, I would like to highlight an observation I have recently made. From childhood to high school, whenever I'd meet new people outside Lafayette, I had no problems naming the town I was from, Lafayette. However, something has changed since then. When I attended UC Berkeley a few years ago, I started to become hesitant to name the town I was from. If someone did recognize the name or grew up in the La Miranda area, I feel relieved because I wouldn't have to explain much about Lafayette's honestly homogenous looking population and anti-inclusive, anti-affordable housing history. If someone did not recognize the name Lafayette, I give a vague description of how it falls along the Pittsburgh-Antioch-BART line and write it off as a suburban bubble in the fewest number of words as possible. Why my hesitancy in describing my hometown of Lafayette? Why the apprehension of going into more detail of the city I did love growing up in? What connotations does Lafayette bring to my mind now as a young professional working adult? I will be honest, in digging into these feelings, what has stood out to me most is disappointment. Disappointment that we aren't as diverse and affordable as we could be. Disappointment in our history of segregation from exclusionary practices, disappointment in general lack of housing accessibility for a great majority of my own peers. I urge that we should examine as many potential opportunity sites and areas in Lafayette as possible. To points from earlier tonight, if you are personally 100% convinced that your area would not benefit from upzoning, then why not put that hypothesis to the test? Why not gather as much data as we can to back up your points, to truly test if your concerns hold validity? I wholeheartedly believe that if we take the much needed and logical next step of studying the effects of upzoning in areas outside the downtown corridor, I will start to wear my Lafayette hometown name and pride in future conversations with colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Is that it?
All right. Well, Mayor Candell, incredibly, on a Monday night at 11 p.m. on the coast of the great state of California, we have no more public comment.
Thank you. And I apologize. I really need to take a break. If we could have a 5-minute break before we come back and we talk about this, I would definitely appreciate it. So is everybody okay? Take a 5-minute break? All right. So we'll be back here at 11:05. Thank you.
You got it? Are you gonna do the
Am I going to do the what? Thank you, sweetie. I did show one of them, yeah. And I think people are getting it, that, what the hell? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, audio.
Mayor Kendall,
Yes.
you need to extend the meeting
Oh.
to whatever time you want.
Right, so I make a motion to extend the meeting till midnight.
I'll second it.
There's 3 of us here. All right, so, oh no, Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Yeah, Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Nduri.
Aye.
Great. I imagine Teresa would also say aye, but I am also saying aye, so we have 4 and 1 not quite back yet. Should we wait for Greg or can we go ahead, do you think? Oh, he's here. All right.
Sorry, been sitting here and just didn't turn my camera back on.
Not a problem. Okay, so I think at this point we can restart this, and I guess the goal is tonight is to decide if those 2 scenarios are representing what we believe to be the right ones to send to our EIR consultant. And so we heard a lot of public comment and a lot of, I guess right now, if I can get any more questions before we entertain a motion, I do have a question that kind of came up, was that if SB 9 or SB 10 pass, what will this do to our EIR? Those are the ones, the housing laws that are being considered in this cycle.
Well, I defer to Mala on some of that. It might change ultimately, like
as I've said, this is an iterative process, so it might change how we do things, but there are a bunch of things that could come up conceivably that would change how we do things.
Okay.
Paula?
I don't. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, I hear the question, and I think it's a question of timing and implementation when the draft EIR is done and when we ultimately have the final and take action to upzone any one area or in one or more areas. So I think it behooves us to provide GPAC with some kind of analysis on how the numbers might change if those are one or both are passed, and thus potentially have kind of a fallback or an alternative in the quiver moving forward into the policy discussions. So I'll make a note.
Okay. And another thing that came up were these flood zones. Do we have any limitations on flood zones in terms of zoning in our city?
We do have a flood damage protection ordinance administered by the engineering division. It essentially I'm paraphrasing and could be, would welcome to be corrected, but a project would need to demonstrate that they are above a base flood elevation. So it's not an outright prohibition on development, but development would need to be done at an elevation above the flood level so that the building could, persist and not be damaged.
Okay. All right. So, so getting on to this conversation of the scenarios. All right, Councilmember Nduri, you are muted.
I've got a couple of questions and I'll try to.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
If that's okay. First, there are several people mentioned the BART parking and said that HCD may consider any units non-compliant because there's zero chance of development. What's our position on that statement?
So our position on that statement is, yes, it's true that it's not in the 10-year plan, but if the city council ultimately decides that it wants to upzone the BART site, we would enter into a discussion with BART. I mean, they already know that there may be some discussion of that. Yes, it's not in the 10-year plan right now, but it could be added to it if the city decided to go ahead and upzone it and was open to having development there.
And it is true that we're not at the top of BART's list, but it is also true that there's not a zero chance of it being redeveloped because BART is well aware of, they have a discrete amount of staff resources currently and a number of stations, and so they have to set priorities, and they've done so. But they also have set forth provisions for entertaining unsolicited projects where a developer approaches BART and are potentially could fund a outside staff or staff to process their application. So it's not a zero chance. So we would need to discuss it further with BART.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, second, I understand that we calculate how many units we can count towards the RENA by, for example, if it's 20 acres and it's zoned at 35, that gives you 700, but you only count 85% or 75% because of our past experience. One of the commenters was using a different method and saying you don't look at the historic percentage of the properties that are developed. You look at all the opportunity sites you've identified for the cycle, and then you look back and you say, what percent how many units were actually developed on those sites. And then you use that percentage, which he got 15.3%. Can you comment on that?
I think that the former is really what HCD is looking for, is what, you know, our demonstrated development capacity has been. And that's the number that they're looking for in with discrete development, not over a broad brush of the entirety of the inventory, but actual development.
Okay. And then number 3, one of the speakers said that if in this cycle, because of the new laws, if development doesn't actually happen, then the state will take over planning. Can you comment on that?
That's not entirely true. What happens is that there are a number of ways in which the state requires ministerial actions for development, which basically means that the city doesn't have the choice to say yes or no. If the development comes in and says, we're complying with zoning, the city has to allow it anyway, no matter what. So it's not really, the state doesn't really come in. It just, they make a list of all the cities that haven't met certain targets. And then that city, if a developer comes in, there are ministerial actions that have to take place rather than discretionary review.
So if we don't meet our very low income target by 2031, that may happen to us?
Even before, how I understand it, right?
Yes, during the cycle, yes.
Okay, last question. If we leave out an area, if we don't include it in the environmental study, and this is, well, I think it's, well, you'll see. If we leave out an area, do you think it makes it less likely that GPAC is going to study that area?
Yes. I mean, it's possible. I mean, obviously, the GPAC can do whatever it wants in terms of looking at anything throughout the city. But if there's something that the council would say, this is off limits, then that they wouldn't look at it, I would think.
Right. Well, I'm hoping we won't do that because we've charged GPAC with making this study. And, but I was looking at the other way around. If we don't positively identify an area, that doesn't mean they can't look at it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Hi, Vice Mayor Geringer.
So on that, way back in the beginning of this item, Carl had asked, excuse me, Councilmember Anduri had asked that if we don't have it in one of the scenarios, GPAC can still look at it. So let's just distribute it throughout the city, as a number of people tonight have talked about. So they can look at that if they have the appetite for that at the community center, at, you know, out in Burton Valley, any of the places throughout the community, Release Valley, Happy Valley, any of them. They can look at that, but do you then, would it then have to come back to an EIR study? How does that sort of get picked up in that? So if they decide that, then does that trigger a new study?
I think it would,
I'll stop there.
I mean, I'll let Luke explain that, but I think it would come up as a modified or modification to what we're looking at. Would you say that's true, Luke?
Yeah, there's a number of ways you could go with that. You could go with, and it depends on the extent of the modification that's requested. You could go with an addendum to the existing EIR. You could go to a supplemental EIR. There's a number of methods that can be done. It doesn't mean you have to start from scratch necessarily. Now, sometimes it might make sense to start from scratch if something comes in and it's been a while since the EIR was certified, or things have really changed and something really different is being proposed. And sometimes it makes sense to start over again. But from what you're describing there, that doesn't sound like that would be the case.
Well, except that it's not none of those are in these scenarios along the downtown corridor. And so they would be very different unless, and I could just be missing something, but.
Well, let me just explain it this way. In CEQA, we use this process called tiering. Maybe you've heard the term. And program EIRs are particularly useful for that. In that, if a project comes along and if it meets the same criteria that we're analyzing in the EIR, then it can tier from that EIR and won't have to necessarily go through its own, extensive CEQA process. So tiering is only good as, it's only good for what you've included in the program document. So if you do have something that comes along that is outside of what was analyzed in the program document, then you probably are on the hook for doing some level of analysis. There's probably not really any way around that.
And so there is room. So CEQA calls for identifying a project and a preferred alternative in the draft EIR, and also requires alternatives to be studied. And so if we have a project, which is the distributed scenario, one of those alternatives is clearly going to be the downtown only. And we've committed, and ESA is committed to analyzing those at the same level. And there's no limitation on studying the alternatives to the same level, but more often there are alternatives that are studied to a lesser intensity and more qualitatively. And so it could be the case that the council discusses tonight and decides that one scenario could be potentially what if single family were eliminated and the neighborhoods currently zoned single family went to duplex. That could be one of the alternatives studied in this EIR. If in a 6 months down the road or a year down the road, a major project or cluster of significant upzoning were being contemplated in one of the neighborhoods, distant from the downtown, that would require new CEQA analysis. But I think if it is kind of a broad citywide thing, generally identifiable at this point in time, it could be incorporated as one of the alternatives in the EIR. And I see Luke nodding.
That's a good point, Greg. I'd also add, of course, that there's been a lot of changes in state housing law over the last few years, as you know, that have really provided a lot of streamlining and different ways to get through CEQA without having to go through the rigmarole of preparing EIR or whatever. So those options would also potentially be available to prospective developers or what have you later down the road.
Okay, so Councilmember Dawson.
I just have a question, and you might have this might have been answered before, but the scattered sites, distributed versus downtown. So downtown has a higher number, so I imagine the balance is then otherwise within the distributed site areas that aren't included. And where are the scattered sites then in terms of the distributed scenario? How far do they range outside of the downtown?
It's a combination of the terraces, accessory dwelling units, single family development, the Brazzoni, and is it a Methodist church down? Anyway, those sites are the ones that we added to the downtown only because they were well, the Brazzoni and the Methodist church are added to the scattered sites because they have always been on the list of opportunity sites.
Okay, I missed those two, Brazzoni and the Methodist church.
Yeah.
Is that the one at the end of Glenside and Moraga?
Yes. Okay. No, wait, no, off of Lafayette Circle.
It's across the street from the It's the historical, first school site or third school site.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, so are we ready to start actually looking at these scenarios and seeing if we kind of like them or not? Maybe, yeah, okay, all right. So I kind of put them in order. So the first one is the distributed scenario. And I personally have a hard time with the notion that we have to upzone our downtown to 50, even though we have all this BART and Deer Hill. I think that would be a more useful thing to just keep that at their current zoning and not do that and assume that the difference between the 50 and the 35, because 35 really is 52, that is a small change, but study it at the current 35, assuming that the BART and the Deer Hill gets upzoned as well. And if that would be okay, so that would be the first modification that I would be looking for. The second ones is I would, all those sites that have 0 opportunity sites indicated, or anything less than 5%, which would be the orchards, all the zeros, like, what was it, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15, that add up to like 20 units. I would just take those off the list. They're just inconsequential.
Mayor Kendall, on that note, though, I think 13, like I mentioned, it does.
I kept 13.
Yeah, but I think it's got those mixed. It has a few mixed areas. It's 35 and 17, as Greg was alluding to before. I mean, do we just lump that all together as 35? That includes some of the, I guess, what is that? The MRO, did you say?
Oh,
Greg?
you're right. How much is that? Yeah, how big is that? Can you take a swag at how much of that already is at 35? That's what you're asking, right?
Right. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we only identified 0.48 of an acre in there. And so it just says, it seems like, I'm in the wrong one. Yeah, just 0.48.
Well, that's 4.64 acres. I mean, in 13, just what kind of percentage is
Oh, right.
And answer the question, the 85 to 90%, maybe 85% is MRA, and it's just along the properties along the Moraga Road corridor that are MRO. That's what I'm seeing. So the bulk of it is already 35.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That does make a difference. Yeah. Okay. And the MRO is at what?
17.
17. And those are the ones right along Moraga Boulevard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moraga Road.
Moraga Road. Okay. All right. So I would probably change that. It's like I would leave 13 as is, because it already is at 35. So I would take the 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15 out. But that would be my preference, and based on comments tonight. Councilmember Dury.
Yeah, I'm going to take the position, at least going in, and I'm open to persuasion, that I don't want to limit the GPAC in what they do. Again, I think we've asked GPAC to look at, we've delegated them to study and come back and report to us. I mean, I have to say that with respect to the orchards, it's highly unlikely that at the end of the day, I would vote to change the zoning on the orchards. But we've asked GPAC to look at these things, to study it. I just think telling them that something is off limit is just not the right thing to do at this point.
All right, any comments? All right, Councilmember Burks.
So I appreciate what Councilmember Randuri just said. So if we follow Councilmember Randuri's thesis here, then why are we even voting tonight? Why are we considering voting in favor of EIRs to be started, completed, finished before we hear from the GPAC?
I understand that argument. It is, like you said, it's going to be iterative, right?
Yeah.
We need to get the EIR consultants started. It is a time thing. And so that was the urgency in order for us to get some time with the finished EIR before we have to decide on the BART thing. And so granted, there is it's a timing thing much more than anything else. And so it is iterative. And like Carl said, GPAC can study it even if we tell them not to, if there's as much interest in it. That can change. But if our initial indication is that, yeah, we don't really want you guys to consider it, that would be at least a message to send to them based on the numbers in this spreadsheet, right?
Y'all don't think they wouldn't want us to do that now, to give them a heads up
No, I think they would.
on areas that we won't consider, or perhaps the majority of us wouldn't consider when we have to vote when the day comes?
Yeah, I would think that they would want that. Councilmember Dre?
So I agree completely with Cam's question. It would have been ideal to know what GPAC thought, that we could build it into the EIR. But Mayor Kendall, I agree with you why we are where we are now. Now, on the issue, I wish we had asked Chris Lee what she would have preferred when we had her on the screen, because I was assuming the opposite, that we asked GPAC to go out and look at these things. I don't know, what they've, if they've gotten into specific sites so far or what they're thinking, but if I were on GPAC and we're told that you're the 11 people who are going to use your best judgment and study these things, for the council to say, well, but no, we don't want you to look at this area, I would not be happy with that.
Councilmember Dawson?
I think we established that at least I thought we did, that GPAC would be free to study whatever they felt appropriate to study. That being the case, I kind of agree with Mayor Kendall that it doesn't quite make sense to go through the EIR because I think it wouldn't preclude them from making a decision to say they want to study that. But at the same time, I think we're getting into a single family home, and then the whole consideration about that came up from comments as well, looking at other areas around town. So that being the case, I would think GPAC would look at also that single family neighborhood as well as other single family neighborhoods across town. So I don't think it necessarily needs to go into the EIR now. That would be my thought on that.
Okay. All right, so should we vote on each of these individually? I'm thinking, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Garinger was trying to go for a thing, but Cam was unmuted.
Go ahead.
Oh no, that's it. Please, Teresa. I think you're called
Well,
first.
So Mayor Kendall, you had talked about going through these scenarios, and in the earlier parts of the conversation, you talked about, and it sounds like now you're suggesting combining this, spreading it out evenly based on the current zoning in the downtown area.
In this distributed model.
In the distributed model, but that earlier you were talking about that almost as a third option, so that we would still get these higher proposed densities in here, taking aside, do we take out, the 10, 11, 12, everything but 13 on the lower part. Are you going to suggest something else on the downtown only? So I guess
the downtown only one, I have different ideas on that too. Yes. I'm not talking about that yet.
Okay, because I think earlier I was hearing you almost were coming toward a third option. So I think I would.
And that's why I asked him if he would find that useful, and he was not saying that would be useful.
Yeah.
Right.
No, okay. I think I would like to hear sort of where people are on the other one before we vote on
Okay.
one.
Councilmember Dawson.
Sorry, I just still want to bring up, I'm looking at the, I go back to 13 and that MRO, it's such a unique little piece that was carved out at some point. I just don't want us, I want us to consider again, what has come up. Once you upzone, you can't go back. And this was, for whatever reason in history, carved out as a zoning at 17. So I'm wondering if we want to, well, I guess this will come back. I guess we'll consider the EIR, and I'm just hoping that same thing, that it's considered our historic usage of that space, and it is commercial, that we are able to, that GPAC takes that into consideration, I guess I should say, to make sure we're protecting some of that.
Good comment. Councilman Burks.
I'm completely against upzoning any part of this city, and believe that we should not vote in favor of launching an EIR at this time. I think the process, you've all heard me say it before, I think the process is broken. I think we're confused. I think ABAG is confused. I think the methodology is confusing and will be challenged legally. And you know, I thought we were all unified as a city against building in the BART parking lot, and you know, continuing to lobby BART to figure out how to run a safe and reliable and efficient transportation system rather than go into the development business. But I guess now we're reversing course on that. I will never be in favor of upzoning in our neighborhoods, ever. Never. I've voted in favor of almost all, if not all, the projects that we have processed in the downtown core area that has included a ton of affordable housing. We've done a great job in doing it under our system with our planning commission and our design review commission and our city council when we've needed to on appeal. Our planning commission has made great decisions on projects downtown in the core, where people don't have to drive. They can walk to BART, they can walk to restaurants, we have a vibrant downtown. I believe that if growth is going to continue, I believe it has to be downtown. I think it's absurd to consider moving into the neighborhoods of this city. It would, like I've said before, it will change the character of this city forever. And if you were to poll, I think the 25,000 people that lived here that actually knew anything about this or were paying attention tonight to this, and a lot of people aren't, they would be beside themselves if they knew this was even being discussed. So I just wanted to say up front, I'm not going to say anything else because I'm going to vote against all of this tonight with no discussion on my part, or no further discussion on my part. Thanks.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Nderi.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that we're not being asked to vote on any rezoning tonight. And anything we do is not, well, we're just not voting on rezoning. And I
know we're voting on the performance of an EIR that will lead to upzoning or could lead to upzoning. I just wanted Carl to make it clear. I think I understand. Is that right or is that wrong?
No, that's right.
Okay. So
we're voting on an EIR that's required in order to get this process moving. I understand.
Yeah. So I don't want the process. The
entire process, and that's fine.
Yeah, the process
I think those of us who are following the state law need to move forward and with the process.
But Okay, that's fine. My position is we should challenge the state law. We should fight it because I thought our strategic goals outlined that we're for maintaining local control, and we're going down the slippery slope of, enabling a broken legislature and terrible public policy. And we haven't even talked about strategy on how we can take another direction.
Yep.
Next agenda item.
You know what? I honestly, I'm going to move to continue that item to the next meeting because it's going to be after midnight. So that's one of the most important discussions we could have. This is one of the most important discussions we can have, and it's 11:40, and we're losing attendees by every 5 minutes to go away. Rightfully so. They're going to sleep.
Yeah. No.
So, anyways, I completely respect Councilman Anduri and your comment on the state law. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's legal, and I think we should come up with ways to fight it and preserve the nature of our town. And that's how I feel. And I won't change my views on that. I've been pretty consistent on it, and that's the way I feel. But I obviously respect everyone's position, including yours, Carl, very, very much so.
Yeah, and I agree that the results of this process are ridiculous in the sense that there's no way we can achieve the very low income allocation that we've gotten, or the low income or the moderate. It's ridiculous. And I agree that we should fight this process, but by not going through what we're doing tonight and getting started on the EIR, we're just handing in ammunition to those who want to say that Lafayette is a NIMBY city, and why should we listen to Lafayette? Because everything that Lafayette does is just,
I want to challenge that real quickly because we just got rated. All the cities in California just got rated, and Lafayette, we have a C+. We have a C+ because we got a D for very low, a D for low, but an A and moderate, an A for above moderate. That is better than any of our neighbors, better than Orinda, Moraga, Walnut Creek, and Pleasant Hill. We are actually better than all our neighbors. We are doing a good job. I'm proud of our city. And I think we all agree with that. So people, even people that are challenging us that we're not doing our job, we're doing a really good job, as best as the city can do. And so that's a false narrative. Can we get back on to discussing the EIRs, please? So the scenarios. So my proposal is to put one out that for the distributed one, 35 in our downtown, just keep it the way it is. Throw the 75 in at BART and the 20 at Deer Hill just to understand the impacts. Doesn't mean we're going to choose it, but we'll at least understand what building on that side of the freeway means in terms of evacuation routes and traffic on that side of the freeway, right? And I think that's important to understand. For me, the proposed density downtown, after seeing what Colin and what they did over the weekend, I think 115 is ludicrous. I think it's absolutely, we can find sites and we can justify them, and it'll be a little more work, but we can find the sites based on all the developments that have been happening recently. And so I'm saying that should be a maximum of 50. And we study that. And if GPAC can't find the sites, yeah, we'll raise it a little bit, but it'll be incremental. It won't be a massive increase. But we can't get anywhere near that because the developers will look at that. And that means our entire city, literally, I ran the numbers. If we did that, we could end up near 20,000 units at that density. And we can't let that happen. And so we shouldn't even study it, in my opinion.
Okay, now, were you talking about both the distributed scenario and the downtown scenario? Because
the distributed one, I want downtown to be 35. So keep that at our current zoning and trust that we'll find the opportunity sites to make that happen. That's a small change, right?
No, I disagree with that. I think we need to go with the 50. It's an iterative process. If just based on what we've been told by Diana and Greg and what they've seen, we need to go to the 50, particularly when we're not taking out that many other units when we take out 11, 12, and 14 and 15. But I think we need to have 50 in order to come close to those numbers. If we find more sites, which is something that's going to happen, I think, relatively quickly, if I understand the timeline, because the GPAC is going to be looking at opportunity sites, then we move it down. But it's going to be harder to move it up. So I don't think we lose anything by starting at 50. I think that's more realistic.
Those other distributed sites took out 28 units. So
no, that's why I said it doesn't do much.
Right. Okay, so I will disagree with you on that. What about for the other one, just the downtown?
Mayor Kendall, what is your proposed density then on that, on
50.
if it's not 115?
Oh, I much lower than that, 50. Because 50 is 75, right? And they're all taken. I know you guys aren't saying that, but I think we can prove it because all of our recent developments have used it. Now that it's so big, our paradigm shift, they're all taking advantage of it. It's in our law. And I know you don't agree with that, but I think we can prove it.
Lafayette Lane didn't take advantage of it.
Not the whole advantage of it. It took a lot of it.
Advantage of it. And those are our two largest recent developments, and they didn't take advantage of it. So I don't.
Downtown, they almost no, they did. They took advantage of the density bonus at Lafayette Lane. Not full advantage, but they took advantage. They weren't stuck at the normal.
Yeah, and oh, apologies. I would interject that, you know, if they don't do that, there's other concessions and waivers that could still impact that place, those places, even further. So that, but I'm wondering how Diane and Greg, how did you come up with the 115 just to hit the number, you know, with the buffer? Okay.
Yes, to get to the arena plus buffer with the current opportunity sites we identified. But
okay. And you wanted to make it even so it was distributed fairly, so to speak, as far as the methodology for that 115 density all the way, just like 35 is. Okay.
And if we're able to identify more sites, opportunity sites through the GPAC process, that the density can absolutely come down.
What about proposing that in some areas of downtown a higher number than 50? Like instead of it being 50 or 115 all the way across, you know, where there's different areas between north and south, say, or east and west, increase the number in that way. You'd have to really look at the, you know, how it's situated, but what about if we looked at it that way? So that the whole downtown wasn't zoned at one specific number.
And was that a question for fellow council members or for staff?
I think, yeah, to come about it that way so that we actually kind of can help.
True. If you, I get that, but for me, the raw number is so wrong. It is so wrong because none of the new laws we're taking advantage of, none of the new developments, we aren't looking at like at the trajectories like our ADUs, and that's why this number is so wrong. And that's why it was so easy for Colin to go in and identify these and go, oh, we're done with zero upzoning. And so I don't think that we've done our homework at all. And I get that we might have to go a little bit higher, but I think we're so far off right now that it behooves us to at least get it to be a little bit more reasonable and then send it off.
Yeah, I was just looking at the numbers. It's the way it is now at the 115 is 2,600 units. So if we were to go half that, we're back at 1,300 with the scatter sites. It's 2,000. So we're still short, you know. So I'm just like trying to figure out. At 50, it's still going to be low if we're going to do just a total downtown.
But like the other things that were said, we can count those Deer Hill empty lots, those vacant lots, without having to upzone them. We can count those, right? We can count a whole bunch of other things that we're not counting. There was not a lot of effort put in, to me, to look at our downtown realistically at all. So I think we're way off. And by Colin being able to prove it with the 35, being a housing consultant himself, not, he's not just some guy doing this. He's a professional that does this and knows Lafayette very well. That he went down to 35. I'm not saying we have to go to there, but I think 150 is way, way too much. And so pull that back and I think we'll be fine.
So what I hear you proposing is the downtown plus adding back some of the corridor, number 8 and at the numbers that they're currently zoned at. So I know we sent staff off to do just exactly this, the downtown, and then a little bit of the distributed. So I can see revising this along the lines that you're thinking, but adding back then, I guess, a part of the Deer Hill corridor, or just all of it.
Yeah, we can do all the,
all as
we can do the whole thing.
Okay. And that is,
but at its current zoning, so nothing changes, right?
oh, right, okay.
But my understanding is that's already added back in, because the scattered sites for the downtown is 140.
Oh, is that?
And that's because when you took the Deer Hill out, you then looked at the available sites in Deer Hill. At least that was my understanding of it.
Oh, is that true? I may have misunderstood that.
I mean, where is the difference in why is the scattered sites number higher for downtown?
Oh, no, that was because of the Brazzoni and the church.
And that's not included in the scattered sites?
Because it was included on the upper one, it's included in the Dewing, Brook, and Rosedale, right?
Okay, so we didn't include single family lots along Deer Hill corridor.
Right.
Which can't be too many that are
No,
undeveloped.
but it's pieces like that where where Colin found all this in a weekend means that there's a lot of low hanging fruit, right?
Let me ask Diana and Greg, our consultant where we've hired here. I mean, what was your view of what Colin presented?
I think a few of the sites that were identified in the downtown could probably certainly be added in. I don't know that retaining single family zoning will materially change the numbers that we could generate for the critical lower income levels.
Well, I guess I'm more concerned with the downtown area itself, because that's where the big numbers are. Were there significantly more sites or more acreage that Colin found that should be development sites that we should include? Because again, I'm understanding the methodology that's in the proposal is that we've identified, or someone's identified, opportunity sites. They're either carried over from last time or they're newly added this time. And then we look at that acreage, we apply the level of zoning, and we take the 85% or 75%. And
Right.
it depends on then how many opportunity sites.
Correct.
We have. So are we way off on the opportunity sites? I mean,
We don't know, actually, because today I just got the list from the city about Colin's additions. We haven't looked at that yet. this is definitely something that the GPAC needs to consider. And, we'll spend time and vet those according to what the state's requirements are with the GPAC, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, so what we've got is what you found from last time and additional this time.
Correct.
And if you
How many additional this time? How many did you add?
Individual parcels or sites beyond what was shown in the 5th cycle?
Yeah.
I don't have the number, but I'm guessing 15 sites, ballpark.
Sorry, yes, something like that.
Okay, and then based on the acreage of those sites, you've determined it needs to be 115. Now, there's no way we can go to 115. I mean, I agree. It can't end up there. But I understand, and I talked to Greg earlier today, I understand why we might have to start there, recognizing that we can't end up there. And the trouble is, at this point, based on the information we have, anything that 115 is at least based on some numbers we have. Anything else that we would pick tonight would be a guess. And so one question, can we wait a month? If we waited a month, would we have better information from GPAC? I'm guessing that we wouldn't, because it's going to take GPAC a lot of time to look at the opportunity sites. Maybe it's easier than I think it is.
No, I think you're right, Carl. I think we should at least swag something that we think is reasonable and realistic as best as we can make that judgment and send it on. And also with the whole concept that we do want to give GPAC the playing field. And I think we're doing that. I just think we went way over on the 115. I don't think, based on the types of developments that we've seen and the fact that we had more development outside of our last housing element than this one, means there's a paradigm shift, right? That means that the people are developing outside where we thought we were developing. And I think that's going to continue. Because it's the developers have free reign. The free market is going like gangbusters. And so we're not in charge of planning anymore. And so they're going to pick out wherever the money swags out. And they're going to be doing a lot more work on that than us. And I just don't think that we've identified nearly enough sites. I think the 115 is so much higher than we need to look at, that it's not really justified. And like you said, we just can't end up there. So why are we studying it?
Mayor Kendall, I just want to interrupt by saying if you want to extend the meeting, you need to do it now.
Yeah, can we I vote to extend the meeting by 30 minutes?
I so moved.
Okay. So Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Councilmember Dury.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. So I guess that's my only sticking point, that I just think that we're not going to get there. And we've got some evidence that we might be way over by somebody that is a housing expert as well, that actually looked at the sites, that I think that we can pull back on that a bit. Because 115 means 172. That's 9-story buildings, right?
Yeah, no, you're looking at eventually the Lafayette Tower. I mean,
right. And so just another reason just not to go there, right?
Yeah. Okay, so again, we're going back and we're toggling back and forth between these two scenarios, focusing on the downtown scenario. I would like to hear Diana and Greg give us the case for why we should go for 115. And if they're, from where I'm coming from, if they're persuasive, I'm going to vote for that. So I'd like, if it's all right with you, Kendall, I'd like to hear based on where we are now and what they've heard, I'd like to hear the case.
I think the case for it is simply mathematical. The opportunity sites, we're very confident we could represent the HCD, they would be accepting of them. And to get to the RENA number, and we talked about buffer, and that can change and could come down. So as the GPAC process moves forward and additional sites are identified, that number can come down. So studying it at 115 and the high level impacts, ultimately making a decision for a density less than that is covered under the CEQA document.
I agree. Thanks, Greg.
All right.
Truly.
All right. So back to the scenarios. We've got the two scenarios. The first one, the distributed one. And I'm trying to get it to be the 35 in the downtown. So keep it where it is, but then allow BART and the Deer Hill go to 20, BART to 75, Deer Hill to 20, and then remove those indicated other areas.
So are you suggesting removing Oakwood and De Silva?
No, not Oakwood and
Okay.
De Silva. No.
Just 10,
11, 12,
14, and 15.
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess the case again for 50 versus shifting it to the existing. Greg, Diana, what do we take away from the analysis if we shift that from your recommendation?
As we mentioned earlier, the criteria for op sites has not loosened from the last cycle. It's gotten more stringent. ABAG provided some draft analysis to jurisdictions for parcels within the city which meet the state's new criteria, and Lafayette had 0 to start with. That's not to say we will have no opportunity sites, but none of them on their face met all of the criteria, which it's a lengthy document. So proving up opportunity sites to HCD, I think will be a taller order this cycle. And 50, if it were to be studied at 50, we could eventually get there as a policy decision if need be, if HCD is unaccepting of additional sites. I think our primary task would be to identify as many sites as possible and demonstrate to HCD that they are viable in the new paradigm. And in so doing, that our current density may very well be adequate to meet RENA's numbers. But if we only studied at 35, we don't have the option immediately. We would have to go back and incur additional time and cost, and both of those are valuable to the city at this point.
But yeah, Councilor, so I'm confused about that comment, because I thought that by studying the downtown on this other one, there'd be a lot in there that you could use if we had to go back up to 50. A lot of the analysis has been done for that one.
If
right?
You're setting the downtown only at 50,
yeah,
and distribute at 35, yeah, you could rely on the 50 studied in the downtown only,
right,
to inform the ultimate policy decision.
Right.
Okay, but I'm still in favor of the 115, even though I never want it to be 115 for the reasons that were given. So just to put something on the floor to discuss, I will move that we move forward with the distributed scenario as presented, but eliminating the areas that are in 10, 11,
No, not, yeah, 10, 11, right? Yes.
Yeah, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. I'm sorry,
12.
10, 11, 12, 14, 15.
Second.
Okay, do we have any discussion? Councilmember Dawson.
Well, I'm just thinking that based on what you just mentioned, actually, Mayor Candell, that if we're going to study the downtown at a higher density, it would cover the, going up to 50. So I understand you want to get this out of, kind of pass through Councilmember Andori, but I'm just wondering if we're, if we do this at the, gosh, sorry guys.
No, go ahead.
Current density, if that's also establishing that, yes, we could do this at the current density without zoning, whereas this other study could help us if we needed to go up later, establish that. So I feel like we're duplicating kind of a similar effort if we go ahead with this one at the upzone density and then go ahead just at a higher density, which is still upzone, but at a higher density on the second one. It's like,
Well, let me ask Luke if it's okay, if it's better to look at two scenarios that you're trying to make more accurate. I mean, I see looking at the distributed scenario at 50 as something that we're going to, based on what I know, we're probably going to need that, but we hope it can come down. And if we find more sites, it will come down, and that would be great. Whereas if we're just looking at the downtown, at least again, based on what I know, it's going to be substantially higher zoning than 35. I sure hope it's nowhere close to 115, but I understand the argument about starting there and then bringing it down. So it seems to me you do have to make those two separate studies, that one doesn't blend into the other, but
no, I think she was saying that
they do.
Right. I think she was saying that what was my point was that if you study at 35, we have enough information to boost it up to 50 easily, but we'll never have the 35 if we don't study that, right? We'll never have that floor. And that's kind of what she's establishing. And I think that is an important place to start.
Well, no, you would have that floor.
No, because you're never studying the 35, the current zoning.
But if you, again, it's an iterative process. If we find that we can bring it down, we can bring it down to 35.
Okay, there's right. So you move it one or you move it the other. Granted, but I see the logic when how Gina's explaining it too. It feels good to have a floor and a ceiling to me.
yeah, I think that's a good analogy.
Right.
Well, do you ever do a sequel for a floor?
It's just to, because that one has so many other places. It's got the Deer Hill and it's got the BART, right? And so that's carrying it.
Mayor Candell, if I can just jump in here,
Sure.
and hopefully help. Just to answer your question, we would be looking at, one of the alternatives we'd be looking at would be the no project alternative, which would, in this case, would be keeping everything exactly as it is right now. So now that is, now we were not going to analyze that in a great detail. We're not going to analyze that at the same level of detail as we are whatever the proposed project is, or these two alternatives that we're looking at. But there would be an opportunity for us to look at existing conditions and present what the effects of that is, the effects of doing nothing, essentially.
But so, that's just like, that means that none of the 2,000 units are built though, right?
Well, it means that all your zoning stays the same. So theoretically,
okay,
those parcels could still be built at their existing zoning.
Okay, got it.
So that
is part of it.
Yeah,
floor.
so that would be part of it. So I mean, if that's what you're establishing, if you're thinking of that as a floor, then we're kind of already going to do that as part of our analysis.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for the explanation. Councilmember Dawson.
Well, with that explanation and that kind of an assurance in that sense that that's kind of studied, then I could see agreeing with Councilmember Andori's thoughts.
Okay, on that one, sure.
Yeah, on that one, on the distributed scenario.
And so we have a motion and a second on the floor with that.
All right, so Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
No.
Councilmember Anduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
And I am actually a no. I still want the 35, but the motion passes. All right, so for the next one, I just think it's not worth anybody's time to study the 115 if we're not going to go there. I just think that's nonsense. But I honestly don't think that we're going to, because we're not going to get there. Then why are we studying it? And that just makes no sense to me. I would propose, 75, maybe. Councilmember Induri.
Yeah, let me ask Luke on this, because again, we're basing it on opportunity sites that we've identified and that we think are going to be acceptable to HCD. And so we've got a certain group right now identified by our consultant and by our staff, and based on what they've identified, it's 115. But we hope that by going through the process and letting GPAC look at things and getting input from Colin Elliott and others and looking at that will identify additional opportunity sites. And as I understand it, the GPAC meeting on May 13th is going to be dedicated to that. That once we've identified these, I'm trying to find a more, I don't want to use the word rational, but objective, that we've identified, that our city body has identified opportunity sites. And when they've identified it, then we lower the high level of the zoning. So my questions for Luke is, if we do that, I mean, are we wasting your time and money by starting out at 115, or does it work to, as we identify more opportunity sites, come back to you and say, okay, we've identified more, and I guess then you have a greater sense of where they are, but then we can reduce the zoning, the density.
There's a couple of things to consider. One of the things, and Diana, maybe while I'm talking, you can, if you haven't already, kind of calculate out where the numbers are based on what was just voted on, and just see where that number lands. And getting back to your question, council member, there is some utility in having both of these scenarios roughly match one another as far as their ultimate number of units, or their ultimate number of units. And that is, so you have an apples to apples comparison. I mean, I think the direction that was received last time that we discussed this was, staff was directed, and Greg and Diana, please correct me if I'm mischaracterizing this. They were directed to look at somewhat of a maximum scenario for both the downtown and for a distributed scenario. So, and I think that's what was presented in the staff report. So if we've pared that down just a little bit on the distributed scenario based on some of the areas that were knocked out, then I think it would make sense from a CEQA perspective if the downtown scenario numbers roughly matched the distributed scenario number. I think it makes for a more logical comparison. And wherever the city ends up and whatever you all decide to do as far as what you actually intend to ultimately implement, as long as it's within that umbrella of what we looked at in the CEQA document, then you're okay. I would be concerned about anything you all might look at now that locks you into something lower that won't work for you, if that makes sense. But I'm hesitant to say that because I know it's not really my call to make. But I'm just putting that out there as something to think about.
Well, that's what I'm concerned about. I don't understand. You need to explain to me, when you say that the numbers need to be the same, I mean, what numbers are you talking about? When we're talking about each zone, we're talking about this, for both scenarios, we're talking about the same opportunity zones or opportunity, whatever they are, opportunity sites, right? I mean, when you're talking about the numbers needing to be the same for both scenarios, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Okay, what I mean is basically at the bottom of each of these little spreadsheets that are in the staff report, the number needs to be, should ideally roughly the same for both scenarios.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
And, within, ideally within a couple of hundred of each other. I mean, I think it just makes for a more logical comparison.
And they are, you asked me, Luke, to look, and both of them, they're still within about 100 units or 200, less than 200 units between the two.
So that's with the distributed scenario that was just voted on.
Yes.
And then with the downtown scenario as it currently stands or modified in any way?
Currently stands, yes.
Okay, all right, I see.
So, so I guess the biggest issues now are the size of the buffers, and I guess that my biggest concern is that we're not trying very hard to look at as many opportunity sites as we possibly can. I feel a lack of effort on that, to that goal. We really need to go out and look as many opportunity sites as we possibly can, realistically, and don't put anything, because we have no control, right? The developers are in control here. We have lost control to plan our city. So the only thing that people look at is our zoning. They walk in, they see our zoning, and they go, can I pencil out whatever project I want? And so they're finding these all over the city. And so I want to push hard for us to get the best housing element with the least amount of upzoning that we can get away with, and use that and know that we're going to get there. And I feel if we leave these artificially high numbers, that we're just not going to try very hard. And so I do want to push hard on that, and because it's real, right? These numbers are fake. In the last cycle, they built outside of our housing element, right? Because we don't know where they are based on our zoning. And so that's just our reality. No matter how many opportunity sites we think we can get, we have to try to get as many as we can, because they're going to get built outside of those, right? Based on our zoning. And so that's why I get really concerned about these massive numbers even being thought about, right? Because we have to try harder to make sure that we do our due diligence and get a certified housing element, but based on our reality today, right? And I know it's going to be hard, and I know that's where our laws stand and where our city stands right now. And so these huge numbers, to me, mean that, we're not going to work very hard. And I don't want that to be the message, right? Since we're not going to get to 115, don't give it to the 115. And so if that means lowering some of the other numbers too on the other one, fine. We have to work harder. That would be my goal.
Well, I agree with that goal. I would say what we should do is, the message from the city council is we would like GPAC to find as many opportunity sites as possible. I mean, I think I agree with you that that's a message that's proper for us to deliver. But I still think that in terms, I mean, coming back to Luke saying it's better to be higher than lower. I don't think with the 115 that we're sending a message that no, you don't have to look for opportunity sites. I think that in order, now that I understand what you're saying about the numbers being the same, I agree. The numbers at the bottom should be the same. And the only way right now they're going to be the same is if we use the 115. But the understanding is we're going to do two things. We're going to push hard to find opportunity sites. And when we find those opportunity sites, we're going to convey those to the EIR consultant along with the message. Now we can reduce the density that we're looking at. So
Okay.
I think we're okay. The message, frankly, I'm worried about sending is to our residents on the 115, because it's just such a horrible number.
Oh yeah.
You can't even imagine
No.
A density of 115 along Mount Diablo Boulevard. It just, that's what bothers me, but I think we have to go with it. And then hopefully we'll find the opportunity sites. We'll have a rational basis for changing that. And that's our goal, is to bring that down.
Our mandate. Yeah, our goal. Yeah. Because we just can't go there.
No. So I will move that we go forward with the downtown only scenario as presented.
I'll second it so we can have the vote, with the understanding that we push really hard on the opportunity sites and that none of us want 115 in the downtown.
Okay. All right. So Vice Mayor Geringer.
Aye.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Burks.
No.
Councilmember Dury.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
I have a problem with this. Well, on the clear communication, when this comes out in minutes, and also to GPAC, that this is just a ceiling and a guide for what we had mentioned earlier. I mean, I think that is critical. I'll agree, just so we get the EIR going on this.
Okay. All right. And once again, I don't like it. I'll say no, but it'll still pass. But we definitely need to get that guide out. That we absolutely cannot even touch that, even close to that number.
Well, and that's a good thing, because it's not a vote, it's just a guide. So
right. Okay. All right. So I guess we're done with this item.
Staff will commit to finding as many opportunity sites as possible. Just clear and work with GPAC on that as well.
Thank you. All right. Well, it is now 12:21, and Councilmember Dawson.
Oh no, I was going to say thanks to Greg and.
Oh yes, thank you guys for hanging on with us. Right.
And all the constituents.
Yes, and everybody.
Thank you very much, Luke.
Right. So at this point, do we want to?
You cannot take any new items.
Right.
Because you're past the mid.
That's what I was about to say. So we would just take these and then take them, and can we continue them to the next meeting?
Yes, they will be agendized for your next meeting.
Sounds great. Sounds great. So every single one of those is now gone, and we will adjourn in honor of our wonderful Transportation Circulation Commissioner, Dick Craig, who was just starting his hopefully long journey on our commission. A fabulous man, had so much to give and such a surprise with his passing. We're very, very sad. So my condolences to their friends and their families, and we will miss him. All right. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.